Hello and welcome everybody to day 4 of Ubisoft's Gamescom 2026 live stream extravaganza. I am your host and MC Chris Waters here in Ubisoft HQ in Paris, hosting this stream for the 4th day and another day chock-a-block full of excitement from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. So, folks, you saw the schedule during the countdown just then. You got a glimpse of what's coming. But just as a reminder, this Gamescom broadcast, we've been going, this is our 4th day strong. It's been packed with panels from developers at Gamescom who are sharing insights about their games. They are playing their games. They are chatting with you and folks and answering Q&A, and they're revealing announcements. The whole shebang. Lots of good game stuff. And we'll talk about what has been covered so far this week in a little bit, just in case y'all have missed one or two of the days thus far. First, we're going to start with today's schedule rundown, though, because we got some really good stuff coming up, and I want you to understand what you are, or what's in store for you. What you're in store for? No, option 1. What's in store for you here on Saturday. Thanks for coming in on a weekend, too. I hope y'all are having, kicked back, relaxed, ready to, learn some stuff, check out some games, and even check out some new games, because today has 2 of the new games Ubisoft announced this week during Opening Night Live. And the first one is our first panel, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. This is going to be a live gameplay session with the developers from Gamescom. They're going to get into the game. They're going to show it off. You're going to see this remake in all of its glory. Keep in mind, this is still a build of a game in progress, right? But oh, it looks really good. You got the 3D camera now, so you can kind of look at it from different directions. They've got different weather and lighting and day-night systems. And of course, it's always, especially as a Heroes 3 fan myself, always a blast to take a look and see how did they reimagine this monster? How did they stay faithful to this faction's sort of hub, but breathe new life into it? So we're going to get a lot of that coming up in our first panel of the day, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. Then it's on to Assassin's Creed Shadows, because we're having some of the devs are at Gamescom, and the feature here, because of course Shadows has been out for a minute or two, a year or two, is the Ultimate Stealth Challenge. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever watched people who are super good at Shadows doing some of the stuff that you can do, super good parkour, super good combat, in this case, super good stealth, taking those systems which are already designed to make Nawe or Yasuke look real cool when they're doing stuff, and just taking it to, I feel bad saying the next level, because it's several levels above what you see when I play Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's super cool, so that'll be a fun one. And that will also be a great time for you to be here in the Twitch chat, which is not only here, it's globally, but that's what this screen is, and that's what I see over here. What's up, Shadow? What's up, Ganj? Hey, excited to see you all here. It is actually live, English gentlemen. Do you know when? You know what? You're asking about something that I don't know the answer to. A different kind of showcase. You know what you can expect on this channel? It's all this. And yes, some FPSs are going to be involved, specifically this one, Rainbow Six Siege. So I'm here in the Twitch chat. The devs are going to be taking your questions from the Twitch chat or from this link that we will give you. They've been doing Q&As. Different panels have different policies. We will let you know. So the Twitch chat's the place we'll give you that information. I'll also verbally give you that information in case you're watching on YouTube, or if you're watching on one of the other channels, like when Assassin's Creed kicks off or Rainbow Six later in the day. Now, I started this chat diversion by saying Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be the good time to be here in the Twitch chat, because that's when we're doing a code giveaway today. We're going to be giving away game codes for not Assassin's Creed Shadows, but we have some for Black Flag, and we have a bunch of other codes from previous giveaways that are still looking for a home. Won't you give these free game codes the home they deserve? We're also going to have a grand prize, though, because yesterday we had 2 Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced Collector's Editions to give away with all the glorious statues and maps and accoutrements. Today we have 1 Assassin's Creed Shadows Collector's Edition, and that's got the Nawe and Yasuke statue and a bunch of other stuff. And, we're talking giveaway right now. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the next segments in the schedule, But because we're on the subject of giveaway, I want to show you like what you're in store for if you win our grand prize following the Shadows panel. So right around 1540, 1545, that's math, 340 or 345 Central European time. That's when it's going to be happening. And this little video is going to show you what one lucky grand prize winner is going to win the Assassin's Creed Shadows Collector's Edition. Okay, so if you were watching yesterday, we were showing off the Black Flag Resynced Collector's Edition that we gave away yesterday, and I was raving about how I love, well, that might be a strong word. I was reflecting on how much I loved Kenway's statue. Edward Kenway's just kind of sitting there like such a boss. And I was comparing it to like other statues have been very dynamic, and I was like, I really just like how Kenway's vibe is different here. He's got the treasure, he's got the throne. But looking at that Naoe and Yasuke statue again and seeing how Naoe is leaping and the Kusarigama like chain is like winding behind her as she's like, whoa, it's a good one. So you could win that one. We will ship it to you no matter where you are in the world, and you can enter to win that during our giveaway, which is right near the end of this panel. So come on by the Twitch chat for that one. So we have Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. We have Assassin's Creed Shadows. And then we've got a whole big block of Rainbow Six. Now, the first one, see how it says Bridging Worlds and Stories? Well, one end of the bridge is Rainbow Six Siege. What's the other end? It's Rainbow Six Tactics, a new game announced on Tuesday at Opening Night Live here from Gamescom. If you haven't heard about it, it's a tactics game set in the Rainbow Six universe. It's got some of your favorite operators from Team Rainbow. It's got, you know, kind of this siege combat vibe, but reinvented and reimagined in a tactics game setting with some pretty unique twists to it. And we're going to learn a little bit more about it today during this panel, talking about how the narrative connects and how we're sort of building out that world of Rainbow. Because it's not just operators from Siege now that are in that game. It's Rainbow Six characters from the franchise, the series past Rainbow games. And I know we have some Rainbow appreciators out there. So that's going to be a fun one to explore. Going to learn some new stuff about Rainbow Six Tactics. And then Rainbow Six Siege, a community checkpoint panel. This is like an initiative they started this year where they've had a few community checkpoints. They stream them on twitch.tv/Rainbow6, which is the spot for generally Rainbow Six esports, but also Rainbow Six dev streams like the community checkpoint. And this is a real like insightful, deep kind of look into what it takes to develop Rainbow Six Siege, what kind of things they're thinking about, what kind of problems they are seeing, how their solutions are coming along, how they have, you know, they've done this thing in the past and how is it looking like. It's kind of I just really like watching them and seeing the holistic and like detailed along the whole spectrum of the game experience, how much they're thinking about everything and how much they are also listening to the community about all that. So the community checkpoint is going to be a real interesting one for anyone who's interested in Rainbow Six Siege. Furthermore, during those Rainbow Six panels, there's going to be some drops for Rainbow Six Siege, and you can get yourself some alpha packs, which is a nice little thing. So just to clarify for those of you who are just in it for the free stuff, be in the Twitch chat at twitch.tv/Ubisoft. after the Assassin's Creed Shadows panel, game code giveaway. It's happening on Twitch. We're going to give you some codes. Then, Rainbow Six Siege, we're going to have some drops. To get drops on Twitch, maybe you know the drill, maybe you don't. All you really have to do is have your Twitch account linked with your Ubisoft account. And if you don't know how to do that, or you're not sure if you did that, just like open up a new tab and Google Twitch account link Ubisoft, and then there's a super helpful explainer that comes up, and they'll get you all set well in time to score those Siege drops. There's also Division 2 drops if you're like really hungry for the Twitch goodies. But we're not having those today because our Division 2 panels happened earlier this week. And if you were here earlier this week on day 1, day 2, or day 3, you know we've covered a lot of stuff. So I want to give you a quick rundown of some of the news from these days. But first, I'm going to take a sip of this water, and then I'm going to look at the Twitch chat to say hello. Probably didn't need to like stare down the barrel of the camera while I did that. Was that weird? No, that was cool. That's relatable. Hey, Gustavo Prime. Hello to everybody. Yes, Lefazar Black Flag was yesterday. Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate you. Appreciate the positive let's go energy. Good day to you, Darth Kurisu. Yes, Kula. We had some Kenway vibes yesterday. And Paul Fu, creative director, shout out to him. Great insights, great stories about Black Flag development. If you didn't catch the panel yesterday, or if you missed any of the panels that we have live streamed here from Gamescom 2026, you can find the recordings on YouTube, or the whole Twitch broadcast is archived on the Twitch page as well, so you can go ahead and find what you might be interested in from what we have covered already. Hey, Sarlaka. Hey, Caravan. Excited to have you all here. Some Rayman. Ooh, okay, Marky. You are interested in some Rayman Legends Retold. Well, we don't have any for you today on the broadcast, but you're asking about Sunday. So here's the thing about Sunday. Gamescom's still going on Sunday, but our broadcast is not. So if you're near Cologne, if you're at Cologne, you can go to the Ubisoft Community Lounge. There'll still be some activity there for you to check out, mostly like meet and greets and Q&As and stuff like that. But if you want to check out the Rayman stuff we did, that was in previous days. Now, we are coming to our first panel of the day in just a minute or two. So, let's do a quick recap of what we have learned. We're going to hit some of the highlights, starting with the first day. And I'll just give you some of the news, right? The news headlines. Okay, so we started on Wednesday. We learned about this Player X Ubisoft thing. We learned about Player Council. This is a new initiative that Ubisoft has announced that you can sign up for at playercouncil.gg to be connected with dev teams who are working on early games or prototypes and want community feedback. They are looking to get some perspectives from people who really like to engage with thinking about games, playing games, giving feedback with games. So playercouncil.gg. Now, Atomega is one of those games. It came out like 9 years ago on Steam. It was this very clever kind of evolutionary first-person shooter. I say that in the evolutionary in the sense that as you, over the course of a match, you evolve from like a tiny little thing to like a running thing to a flying thing to a massive thing. Technical terms only here, folks, by the way. That's what you get. So that's Atomega. It's playable now on Steam, but also part of the Player Council as they develop their roadmap, hone their development process, add new content to the game, and see what they like. Also, on this first day, we're only going to be able to recap the first day because the Heroes panel's coming hot and soon. Anno 117 Pax Romana. The Hippodrome DLC just came out last week. A cosmetic DLC, Echoes of Cassandra, inspired by Assassin's Creed Odyssey, is coming out on September 17th. And we got to look at Dawn of the Delta, the new, the massive third DLC that's coming to Anno with a whole new region of Egyptus. That was cool to get a little glimpse of, because that's going to be big. All right, now we've reached Heroes here. We're going to bring it back to Division 2. I'm going to talk a bunch about that another time. I'll recap what we did, but also if you go to the Division 2 official website, they have the recap there. But for now, let's turn our focus to Heroes. We've got the castle looming here, and we've got gameplay live with the developers coming at you from the Ubisoft Community Lounge at Gamescom 2026. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us in the Community Lounge. Today we're going to have a play with dev session for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. But before we start, let's invite our colleague from user research team to do a very short presentation.
Yeah. Hello, thanks for having me. I'm Jochen from the user research team in Düsseldorf, and I'm really happy to be here because we have been collaborating with Heroes for a long time, and I will give you a brief introduction about my passion and what we are doing as user researchers and how it works. So, how did it start? How do we shape a game? So, we started at Ubisoft with user research in 1996, and from the modest start we took a long journey to come up with about 15 labs worldwide. So what does that mean? I will give you a brief example in the end where we lead to, but first of all, we work with the players. So we work with you, we invite you to our studio, or we have remote tests where you can give feedbacks for our tests. So, why does it? So this is our lab. It's shiny, it's new, it's a really, really modern lab. And we work with players from all countries, from all backgrounds. So at one day we might have players that are casual players. In another test we have players with 10,000 hours of Rainbow Six experience, just to know what they know, to learn how we can improve our games. Let's give it a second. So I tried to talk over it. So what I have to say up front, we are not a development team. So what does it mean? We neither implement changes, nor do we tell the teams how they have to change. We just find out what players think about the game, where they struggle, where they have issues with the game. And I can tell you, you will see that. Players will have the most interesting ways to interact with our games, or even to break gameplay loops. And we see that, we find out about that, and we inform the teams about it, and they decide how could we tackle these hurdles to help the players to have more fun with our games. And yeah, so let's see what we learned in our studies. So when we tested for Heroes, we had the old Heroes games, and you can see the UI is a bit old school. And we learned people were struggling with things like what is happening in the combat. So is there retaliation? What's about the hit points? All this stuff. And we found that out, told it to the team, and they changed it to a shiny, much more telling UI that helps all players to understand the game. And if people ask me what I'm doing for a living, I usually say, we watch people play. There's more about it, so we have to know our methodology. We have a scientifically trained team, we have psychologists, we have game designers, we have all of that to understand and how to apply methodology like surveys, observational tests, all that stuff to come up with great games for you. And maybe I'm interested, or you are interested in what we are doing, and if you would like to see a test, either from the lab or from your home, with your keyboard, with your mouse, with your setting you're used to, I would be really happy if you apply for our database, and maybe some point we meet in the lab or online. Thanks a lot, and now have fun with the great presentation of Heroes Remake.
All right, let's get back to the gameplay. So today we have our senior programmer, Jason, playing against our community VIP, Dark Dragon. So today we'll be playing the map Arrogance 2026, so the exactly same build that we are showcasing in our consumer booth there. If you believe if you're root for Jason, please shout now. If you root for the dev team, please shout now. And if you're rooting for our community team, please shout. Can you shout louder?
Same people.
Okay, cool. I'll pass the mic to them and let's get started. So during the stream, if you have any question, please feel free to scan the code over there and there. And also our the viewers online can also feel free to check the link in the chat and pop your question there. Now let's get started.
Okay.
So now they're looking at options. They're really preparing their strategies. So we're going to have Jason playing Castle and Dark Dragon playing Inferno. Now they're choosing the heroes they want to take, as well as the bonus they could get. Okay? There we go.
Let's be classic, right?
Okay.
And you can see the loading screens by our other artist, Magdalena Katangska. And we will start with Jason's turn. So he's trying to assess the situation. Looks at the town. Could he get more units? Here is the animation when he enters the town for the first time.
I really love this animation when you walk into the town. It makes it very immersive.
So now he's going to recruit units in the new fourth screen, but he's still really strategically choosing the right units. He doesn't want them all of them, or he's using different methods actually. And he's going to also upgrade the archer towers because he wants his archers to have double shots. And he's already preparing strategy quite quickly by adding another hero yet. And the second hero is going to be using for scouting, so he just needs one fast unit for that. So Sir Malik is now his main hero. He's fighting. Big question, should do it.
Nice.
Oh, it joined him. Pursuing. Why would you do that? I guess the main reason is really to get experience. Gonna see the first combat. So he's protecting his archers, obviously. Very importantly, he's really waiting for the enemies to come to him. So he's been waiting and defending quite a bit. Now they've chosen to take the bottom path. Maybe that's something he can exploit. Oh. Yes, double shots, they're dead. And victory. Well, that was an easy one. You can see the tactics he's using. Quite interesting. So what's he going to do now? I guess he's going to use the scout.
It's a curious choice with the white clouds for the elements of the map that you haven't seen yet. Is it white clouds for each faction?
Yes, right now by default we have this white veil, but we are looking into maybe adding the classic Starry Sky one. Nothing confirmed yet. This is a new feature. This is a work in progress, but it allows you to quickly gather all the resources without having you to manipulate it. So his turn is over. Now over to Dark Dragon with Necro.
Which is your favorite faction in the remake?
I'm kind of a tower guy. I'm not a very good player, and I really love the towers faction, yes. You can see they can actually buy war machines and give it to both your garrisoned and visiting heroes. And same thing with the spells, actually. Skeletons, skeletons, and skeletons, and skeletons. Pursuing indeed. So you can, as you can see, you can quick combat when you do not want to see it, but you still get the rewards. Although sometimes the default AI doing these combats might not be as efficient as a good player. So this is an interesting choice to make. He was not happy with the results, he decided to replay it by himself. We have a little bug on the bottom right. We're sorry about that. This is still a work in progress, so don't mind this too much. Gonna use some magic. What's he gonna do? Magic arrow, basic magic, but always quite efficient for against lower tiered units. Exploring some options. Yeah, let's make the combat a bit faster, because these skeletons are very slow. As you can see, we have many options in the combat to automate some parts of it, and you can choose exactly what the AI can do. You can also, indeed, either quick combat or as well change the speed. Now back to Jason. So he was on his way to gather a lot of resources. So it started, so you can see it doesn't have to care about his scout too much now. So the scout is going to be automatically collecting all the resources at the bottom up, on the left top part.
Everything when it comes to buildings in town, it's in the same place as they were in...
Yes, we as much as possible try to respect the same place, so people that have their habit have a muscle memory and will know where to find the different buildings.
There's an intuition, you come to your old habits from playing Heroes Free.
In any case, if you press the Alt button, you will have the names of the buildings. If you're lost, you can see that as well to help you. So he's now using a new feature, the wishlist system. He's basically doing a shopping list of all the building he will want to be doing in the coming turns, and this way he won't have to go back to the town, and the game will turn after turn. If the resources are here, build the buildings for him. This way, both is this hero, the scout, and the town. It doesn't have to worry about that now.
So while they're playing, we are getting some questions from the Slido as well. I would like to share some of them, and maybe Jean-Felix can answer them. So why is there no fortress and stronghold in the artwork? Will we see those factions in the base game?
Yes, so they are in the base game. We just didn't want to focus on them for Gamescom. That's why you can only see these loading screens and sometimes random creatures of these factions. But we will reveal them progressively in the month to come. So you will know all about them, and rest assured they'll be in the game.
And also, since our players here are playing the hot scene mode, will there be a simultaneous multiplayer mode?
Yes, there is one indeed. So for the online multiplayer, there is some multi-instance turns, yes. Nobody died, it doesn't need to redo it.
And earlier we were talking about the new feature of automatic collecting. So is there an option to prefer either XP or gold for those boxes?
Not for now. Again, this is a work in progress. These are things we can consider indeed. Because right now I think the default is gold, but we will offer the option in the future. But again, this is still very work in progress. So now it's checking the hero's artifacts.
We got another question. So will there be a lot of customization in the game, such as optional settings of color schemes, classic arrows for the hero's pathway instead of dots flags for heroes, capability of moving mini-maps from upper corner to the bottom left corner, or scaling the UI?
So there will be customization options, and this is around what we call the play styles. But the two examples you mentioned, we are not having them at the moment. But this is something the community really, wants to have. We can discuss and make sure that to have that included either at launch, which I think is a bit short on time, but probably at post-launch, no problem. Money's always good.
So here's another one. Will you work more on the 3D buildings integration with landscape to look more natural and fit, and also auto-adapt to seasons and type of land when placed?
I'm not sure I understood the question. Can you repeat, please?
Can you work more on the 3D building integration with landscape to look more natural and fit?
Yes, so these are typically the type of polishing work that we can do now that the game is running, as you can see. And so, again, your suggestions are welcome, but obviously this is still a work in progress. But duly noted indeed. So you have an underground gate on the left, you have a boat. What will you do? Oh, it's ready to attack the crypt. Okay. So these are the creature banks, so small challenges that give you really nice rewards for people brave enough to have the challenge. As you can see, it's a bit different. Now the enemies are all over, they're surrounding him. So the tactical aspect is a bit different because of that.
It was similar in Wake of Gods, right?
Yes. Actually, this one is from the original as well. All the creature banks are like that.
Oh, it was in an original.
Yes. See, now it's retreating to make sure that it doesn't get attacked. Really, really tightly packed around his archers and eagle eyes. Oh, wow, that was a nice one. So what will he get this time? Quite a bit of money. And you can see the building was just upgraded without him doing anything. So Jason is using more a hand manual way of playing. Oh, no, sorry. Dark Dragon is. Jason is more automatic.
Yep.
So you've left all these treasures. Necromancy, yeah, more and more skeletons. So this is a job for the scout.
I'm also seeing some questions in our own Discord server. So there will be hotkeys in the game, right?
Yes.
Is it customizable?
I don't actually know what the status on that. Jason, can you tell us?
What?
He's asking if the hotkeys are going to be customizable.
Some of it.
Some of it, yes. Not fully all of it, but yeah, some of it. But we tried as much as possible to keep to the hotkeys from the original and from Hota. And
I remember that we got some actually got some feedbacks from the players that we invited over, and they give us a lot of feedbacks on hotkeys, right?
yes, but yeah. A bit too far. Oh, no, this one. We see another castle down there. Yeah. So what about you, Magdalena? What's your favorite faction?
Dungeon.
Dungeon. Oh.
Because when I played Heroes 2, I always loved the Warlock Castle, and Dungeon kind of has the same spirit.
And any favorite unit?
Blackjack.
I knew the answer. But.
It's very, very basic, but they always have the appeal. What was the most challenging thing about the battlefield?
Well, is to make something beautiful, but that at the same time doesn't distract from the main action. So this balance is quite hard to achieve.
I really like the environments around it.
Actually, this shows what we're trying to achieve with the 3D, is that because you have 3D, you have a lot of ways to, in a lot of small places, add a bit of more depth about the world, and people can start imagining even more. Oh, that's what it looks like. Okay, that's what this town is about, that all these units live somewhat. So I think that's really something that the 3D allows us to do a lot more easily. Oh, somebody's coming. The AI is pushing. Oh, another castle here too for Jason. Well, no more pixies. Oh, that's easy. Well, here's another castle.
Whenever I see this screen of hero coming to a town, it never gets old for me. I'm sure for some people maybe it might, but you can turn it off if you want.
Yes, you can turn it off and you can skip it too,
Yeah.
so both are possible. It's also depending on the playstyle. So if
Right.
you're, for example, a strategic playstyle, you won't have these because it's considered that all you want is efficiency.
Yeah, right.
So these are nice to look at, but sometimes, take a bit of time too. So most of these new options that we've added are all optional.
I'm having two questions, very similar. So what elements of the game are you open for feedbacks at the point in development?
So again, the principles we followed is that we do not touch the gameplay. So the core gameplay hasn't changed, and we won't change that because, again, the goal is to keep, the magic of the original. So this we didn't touch. Then we added some new, like as you've seen, automation features. So on these we could get some feedback, like the question you just had before about can we control whether the search mode goes for gold or for XP? That's definitely a good suggestion. And I guess on the art side, we could also, we're open to dialogue. The main issue is that, as in any game, we need to ship it. And so there is a little, there is a time constraint on all these things. So, yes, so for us, it's really about assessing the changes that really the community needs for us to make. And if we have time, make them. And the rest can anyways be changed later post-launch if we still have stuff that people really want to see done. So now we're in a magical terrain.
To me, it kind of feels like it has a vibe of if you would merge Heroes 5 with Heroes 3, which is like very positive. Because I really liked 5, even though it was different from the ones that were before, and it's just a notion. I get that it's something that I like.
Now, each of them have 2 towns. It's got to be time to go look for the other players. So yeah, you can actually also, when you play, like you just did, hide some of the parts that detract from the experience. This is our new quick recruits, meaning you don't have to manually take all of them.
We got another question. So we got another question. Is there a change to switch between new version and classic?
So we actually thought about that at the very beginning, but the problem is that would have forced us to have 2 different engines running, kind of, and so we decided early on that it would be a bit too much work, and we'd rather concentrate on the 3D aspect of things. So no, we don't. In any case, the original game is still available for everyone to play, be it on Steam, we just released it, or even on other platforms like GOG. So, you know, I think it's just 2 different flavors of the same experience.
So all the buildings and the town screens are 3D models, right?
Yes, they're all 3D models, yes. Actually, if you were to press on one to recruit a unit, you would see them. So they're all 3D models, yes. I know that some people on the internet are, you know, wondering about exactly what they are. For this version, again, we are still in the process of optimization. So some of the level of details have not been kind of defined really properly, and so they look cheap because they're, you know, LODs that are more for further look at them. So the goal for us was to make sure that the experience at Gamescom was really smooth. So because of optimization, we haven't always shown the full, you know, the fuller models. But yes, yeah, 3D, definitely.
Maybe later we can go closer to see the buildings, etc.
Sure.
Yeah.
So now Jason's ready to get down. So yeah, Jason, can you just go into a building, in a town, real quick? Yeah, enter a town and look at the buildings so people can see. So press the dwellings, for example. Yes, this one, the Griffin Tower. So you do in here. This is 3D. We cut the transition because it was just too long, but this is actually a zoom in that we're doing. So all the buildings are going to be the same.
It's interesting that we don't have portraits. We have half portrait of the characters. It reminds me, it was very popular with the portraits of kings in history of art to do a half portrait. Yeah.
So you mean you wanted to see the feet?
No, I'm just saying that it's interesting to see that not that we have just a portrait and
so
unknown hero, but we have the half portrait. And
yeah, exactly. The goal was to try to, as much as possible, tell a better story about who they are, because we are used to just seeing the face and the bit there. So by giving more information about how they're dressed, what positions they have, we can tell a bit more information about their personalities, their cultures. We tried as much as possible, actually, to, you know, based on the original, kind of extrapolate the cultures behind them. So the way they're dressed is all consistent. And a lot of time has been spent thinking about this aspect and making sure that we made them consistent and interesting at the same time.
To me, it reminds me of this historical aspect with portraits of kings and nobles having a half portrait to like here. Yeah.
So Dark Dragon, you kind of need a bit more resources, it seems. Where are you going to find them? Jason, again, I know you guys are really busy playing, but could you show, when it's your turn, the kingdom plan, the kingdom map, so that people can see a bit? So right now, for example, Dark Dragon was asking about, so this is Alt Fisher, but the kingdom map, please, up there, yes. No, the one on the right, yes, that one. Yes, so we have this mode in which you can see the whole map with some icons to help you really see where different units are. And this is customized per hero. For example, if you have some bonuses for your hero specifically, like, extra experience, you would see them only for that hero. You can actually also play in that mode, in that really top-down view. So some people actually do love to play like this, but it's a bit small in general, so it's more about for information. But you can play with it too. Jason in the Inferno Zone. You can see all the lava terrain. It's going to become more aggressive and attack the AI players. Jason's bringing its scouts around to make sure they can explore the underground now.
So, Jean-Felix, who do you think will win?
Well, I don't know. Right now, I think it's a bit far.
We have
Jason seems to be a bit more aggressive overall, but yeah.
Can we speed up? We have like 10 minutes
Can you guys
left.
be faster, please? We can actually speed a lot of the animations of the movement and stuff like that, so that helps. But in the end, it's about thinking, so we'll need them to think faster. Yeah, I think we need to organize a bit of a big battle between your two main heroes. So about that. Yeah, so I think, yeah, either. Oh, well. Here's an issue, like Dark Dragon on the one hand needs to fight to get ready for Jason's arrival, but at the same time, the Inferno hero is, trying to attack his other castle, so now it's a bit divided. He needs to make a choice. Oh, no more space. What do we do? Accept and... So as you can see, there's some random new creatures, so you can see some of the other units in the demo as well. So nice fighting an enemy hero. That's a bit interesting. It's new things. So maybe you'll be using magic as well.
So in what extent the graphics of the game can be polished? Like, do you still work on water details, textures, shadows, lightning, and shaders, etc.?
Yes, we are. We are still working. Again, the game is not finished, obviously. We are well advanced, I would say. The gameplay is all there. But yes, on the art side, a lot of polish can still happen. Yeah. So, I mean, I cannot give a precise, date and how many things we can change, but yes, we're still polishing. And so your feedback is important in helping us prioritize the thing that you guys care the most about. This way we can work together on making sure this happens. But keep in mind two things, I would say. One is optimization. We want to make sure that this game can run on not so high configurations computers. So the more nice things we add, the heavier the game becomes. That's a natural law. And second aspect is that this is still a strategy game at heart. The more beautiful you make it, the less readable it can be sometimes. So this balance is really hard to get to. Well, that was a fast one. The big battle is coming. Dark Dragon, get ready. Maybe you want some help? Want a cheat code? These screens also allow us to give you a bit of the difference in scales in terms of the units. Like you've just seen, the Bone Dragon is really huge. On the battlefield, we cannot do that because we need to respect the original footprints of the different units. So one cell or two cells. So, but in these screens, you can see the actual scales the way we see them.
I heard you said cheat code, so we're going to have cheat code.
Yes, we're still working on that exactly how we're going to do this. But yeah, so we have a dev cheat menu. But this, we'll see if we give that to the players. But yeah, we are looking into exactly what cheat code system we will have. But yes, it's part of the legacy too. So we will have some.
When you were talking about the scale of the units, I really loved always in Heroes that there are some things that are left for our imagination. Like you have a stack of creatures. I would always, it's one creature, but I would always imagine the entire
1999
army.
and something, yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is really a unique aspect of Heroes, indeed.
Yeah, like 1,000 peasants being obliterated by the one dragon just swooning over, something like that.
So Galthran is ready now, or almost. So, so you guys want a sea battle? That's interesting. There we go. The big showdown. So we're taking bets. So we have 2 QR codes, one for Jason, one for Dark Dragon. Place your bets. In Euro, please. Kidding. So sea battles are always interesting because there's only these little, bridges in the middle. So the navigation needs to be thought really, really carefully. Yeah, obviously, you want to kill the big dragon first. Oh.
It's interesting how the knight is on the horse that is like a ghost horse.
Yes, so we wanted to kind of try to tell a bit of a story as much as possible about exactly what these kind of ghosts and bones and all these kind of undead creatures live. So we try to add a bit of stuff. Maybe people might not be always used to it yet, but we believe that when we have the the opportunity to explain a bit our thinking, people will understand a bit more what we're doing.
I think it looks really cool.
Thank you. Oh.
I also have to say that I had some reservations when I saw screenshots and everything, but it's a completely different feeling when you're actually playing. I recommend everybody to at least try, even people if somebody's not like 100% into it, just to try and see for themselves.
Yes, overall, I think this type of game is not really necessarily one that is sold on screenshots. Indeed, I think it's about a game feel. It's about really understanding the world and feeling it through time. And a screenshot is just too small of a part to make that happen. So the experience we've had on Gamescom is that I would say almost all the people that played it loved it. And so again, as soon as you can get your hands on it, we're still working out exactly how that could happen. But yes, again, this is a game to be played, not just be looked at. The last stands.
I have one more question. What design elements were brought over from the HD edition on Steam as opposed to the original game's release?
So we really looked at the, yeah. Jason. Again, this is just a little, that's one battle in the whole war, right? So maybe the war would have been won by Dark Dragon, who knows? But yeah, thank you everyone to have seen, and thank you for our two players here, obviously. Hope you liked it. So to go back to your question, we basically used the original edition as the most. The HD edition so far we didn't really look at. So for us, it's really the original as a reference.
All right, thank you for the players. Thank you, Jean-Felix, and thank you, Magdalena, and everyone for joining us. By the time you leave, you can get the T-shirt a black one if you support the dev team, and a white one if you support our player. Thank you again. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
An epic little showdown there in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. Really an extended look at the gameplay from 2 of the 4 factions available in the demo that they're showing off at Gamescom. So what you see when we go to Gamescom is the Gamescom Community Lounge at the Ubisoft booth. Now, that's not the extent of the Ubisoft booth. There's more to visit if you're here at Gamescom, or if you're trying to like imagine what's Gamescom all about. So there's a Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake area where you can line up to play that game. There's a place where you can play Rayman Legends Retold. I believe is there another place session? Am I mind blanking on one of them? I don't know. I'm not there. I'm in Paris. I'm at Ubisoft HQ, and I'm your host, Chris Waters. I'm like the MC here in between the live panels from Gamescom. I'm here to hang with you, check in on the Twitch chat and see how y'all are doing, give you an idea of what we've just covered today, what's coming up in the schedule, and what's remaining for the rest of the week. The rest of the week is just today, because this is going to be the last day of our live broadcast. It's day 4. We've already covered a bunch of stuff, but let's look at the remaining schedule for today. We've knocked out our first panel, the Heroes 3 Remake play session with the developers. Coming up next is Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, we're going to have Associate Game Director Simon on the scene, but also he's going to be talking about the Ultimate Stealth Challenge. Now, fun personal story, I also live stream on the Ubisoft channel. I guess not personal, it's professional, because I'm talking about my job. Anyways, I work for Ubisoft San Francisco, and I usually live stream on this channel a couple times a week, Pacific time. And one of the live streams I did in March, earlier this year, Simon, the Associate Game Director on Shadows, joined me, and we took a look at the like the parkour challenge videos. So this was kind of following on the heels of the post-launch parkour updates they did to Shadows. We're like adding manual jump, working on sort of like back inside eject, and some of the sort of more technical parkour stuff that folks who get really into how they traverse the space in Assassin's Creed really got kind of stoked about. And also, in the case of this parkour challenge, got really creative with. And seeing people be so creative with these systems that I knew, because I played a bunch of Shadows, like I know how this works, it was really something. It was very cool to see how they find ways to just kind of play it on a different level. So I'm looking forward to that. That's our panel coming up next. Following that panel, once you come back to hang with me, it's giveaway time. By giveaway, I mean we're going to give you game codes. If you are a winner and if you want to enter, you need to do like a few things. 1, be watching on twitch.tv/Ubisoft. Sometimes we send this stream to other channels like the Assassin's Creed channel or the Siege, so Rainbow Six channel. The giveaways happen in the chat on the Ubisoft channel. Furthermore, if you're like watching on YouTube, come on over to Twitch if you want to enter to join. Otherwise, just keep hanging on YouTube. It's cool. We're happy to have you here. You'll need to chat. You'll type in a command. We'll give you all the like instructions to do during that giveaway moment, but plan to be in the Twitch chat because that's where it's going to happen. What are we giving away? What a good question. We are giving away a bevy of game codes. We've had some Black Flag codes, some Crew Motorfest codes, some Riders Republic, Atomega, Anno 117. We have some codes left over from the giveaways we've done before, so we are doing those. But there's going to be a grand prize, and the grand prize is going to be a collector's edition of Assassin's Creed Shadows for PlayStation 5. Now, maybe you already own the game, maybe you don't own a PlayStation 5, maybe you do. Maybe the game is majorly part of the appeal of winning that collector's edition. But a collector's edition is also so much more than just the game. And so, to give you a little look at what it's like, what's on offer, what you could win if you win the grand prize of our little giveaway, we've got a little video that highlights the contents of this collector's edition and what you might be able to win in just about an hour's time. So let's take a look at that video, and I'll be back. They're such a good combo, Naoe and Yasuke, and they really, I think that statue really captures kind of their different vibes, to, like, physically, right? Naoe is like airborne. She's leaping. She's like pouncing. And Yasuke has just got the huge, broad stance. He's got the long katana up, just squaring off. That is going to be sick for whoever wins it. I hope it's you. Yeah, you. Good luck to you. That giveaway is after the panel, however. So stick around for the panel, chat with our folks over there, tell them what you think about all the stealth action, get into the shadows moment, and then we'll do the giveaway that you'll be in twitch.tv/Ubisoft's chat if you want to join. But that's not where things will end. It will transition to Rainbow Six afternoon over here. Well, it's after... Anyways, it'll be Rainbow Six time because our Rainbow Six Tactics and Siege kind of crossover panel happens at 4 o'clock Central European time. That's the first one here, Bridging Worlds and Stories. Rainbow Six Tactics, if y'all don't know, was announced on Tuesday, a tactics game in the Rainbow Six universe, drawing operators from Siege, characters from Rainbow Six's past, and melding it all together in a whole new kind of gameplay for the franchise to create something new and pretty exciting. So you'll get a deeper look at that game during the Bridging Worlds and Stories panel. Following that will be a community checkpoint stream for Rainbow Six Siege. If you've caught one of these earlier this year, you know the deal. But if you haven't, it's a time when the developers, Joshua Mills, the creative director, will be there. Peter Lavoie, I think, the narrative director. Maybe he's just the first panel. Anyways, a bunch of folks from the Siege dev team are in Cologne for this community checkpoint to answer questions, to talk about the various updates coming to Siege, what's on their mind, what are they planning now, what are they planning in the future, what are they looking at, how this worked in the past. They're a very insightful crew and very thoughtful crew. So I think that's a fun one to watch if you are into Siege or curious about it. So that is our Saturday schedule here. Twitch chat. Yes, Claudio, it is a wonderful addition, isn't it? Hey, Crowley saying, good day, Assassins. I appreciate it. Oh, we got the Mr. Alpha fan coming in here, Gorilla Man. Excellent. All right, the Assassin's Creed folks are coming into the chat. This is very fun because we have so many diverse games on this broadcast and have this whole week, it's fun to see when folks have marked their, put a little reminder to come and join the stream because the game that they're really interested in is coming up. So welcome in, Assassin's Creed fans. Also, welcome to everyone who has been here, who has been just checking it out, maybe for Heroes, maybe just for the Ubisoft vibes, maybe because you are interested in all things Gamescom. It's been a busy week here on the channel, and lots of game news this week as well, from not just Ubisoft, but from all around the industry. So it's a fun time to be into video games and watching trailers and learning news and stuff like that. We're grateful that y'all are spending some of that time here with us. So what else have we done with our time? Well, did you miss the Heroes content today, 50? You did, unless actually, we're going to toss back over to the panel in 5 minutes or so, a little bit more time. But I do have some Heroes for you right now. So I have the build that they are playing at Gamescom. I have fired it up, and I'm playing a hot seat game with myself because I wanted to show you the two other factions. They were showing, during that match, they showed... totally blanking. Necropolis. Yes, Necropolis. I was like, Necromancer, please. Necropolis and Castle. So what I have fired up is one with Tower and Inferno. So here we have a look at the Tower Castle. And Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake, you can spin the map around manually and see this mountain redoubt with its spires looming high over this snowy landscape. Let's click in here. We're going to take a look at it. And take a look at some of the creatures. Actually, we'll have a better look at the creatures once the next day starts. Now, there are two views here. Well, one thing you'll notice here is there's some white lines over here. That was a bug that you saw during the panel. A little bug here. This is still an in-progress build, so don't worry about that too much. One of the things that I find interesting about not just this castle view, because it's like it's really in this valley vibe, which I like. But also, if you go to a familiar screen like the Town Hall, you can switch between a 3D representation of it, which kind of puts the building upgrade and purchase points over where the buildings like physically are in the valley, or you can switch it to the more classic 2D if you like that sort of nostalgic vibe of what it looks like in Heroes of Might and Magic 3, a game you can still definitely play on several platforms. Or wait, maybe just PC. Anyways, what do we think here? More golems? Upgrade Altar of Wishes? I'm not sure, like, the one, you know what, let's just go from the bottom up. So we've upgraded our stone tower. Now this is where we're gonna find our gargoyles, but it's the end of the, we're not quite at the end of the week. So I'm gonna just kind of mosey around here. Level up my guy, I don't know this guy's name. Yeah, let's do more tactics. Who is it? Torosar. Hey buddy. All right. I got no loot. I got no artifacts. I'm still just early in the game. Checking it out. Torosar, so we're just wandering around, scooping things up. This is the Gamescom build, work in progress. And can zoom in a little bit, get a little bit more. Look at, like, one of the things I really enjoy is having that sense of, like, man, what does, you know, the Fountain of Youth look like in the original Heroes 3 art? And then what, you know, haven't played it in a minute, but seeing how they've captured sort of the form, the function certainly, but the art sort of carrying forward the legacy of that while imagining it in a more detailed way, imagining it sort of more richly. And that's what this kind of visual overhaul, building it in the Snowdrop engine from the ground up, can do. All right, now it's time to look at the Inferno. Here we have Axis. Oh yeah, this dude's got his crew of flaming Inferno creatures, and then some pikemen. They wanted to join. What am I gonna say? No. Okay, we have an opportunity here because I found a second castle, and there's something really cool that happens when you go to the castle for the first time. And let's see how that goes here. Oh, yeah. It does that. I really love that. It provides this sort of, like, approach to the castle moment, this, like, draw you, like, set the stage. I mean, so much of Heroes is about the adventure, the journeying through the land, discovering it. And so to discover the Inferno and kind of see it laid out before you as you come through the mountain pass along that perilous path, it's good. It's real good. Okay, so obviously it's very hot in here. Oh, I have not built a demon gate. Well, let's build a demon gate. When you have recruitable creatures, which I should because I just built this demon gate, they'll be hanging. They'll be hanging right there. Check them out. Caravan, thanks for coming on in here. Says, game looks awesome. I appreciate it. Appreciate the positivity, as always. And now what I'm going to do... Ooh, so I got two Infernos now. So I have built a Demon Gate in the first one. Okay, don't be concerned. I need one more Mercury, and then I'll be able to build the Forsaken Palace. So how do I get Mercury? I don't know. Let's just upgrade something that doesn't cost Mercury. Like the kennels. We can have some Cerberi. And where are we going on our adventure, young man? Oh, this is funky down here. The Tree of Knowledge. Look how it's created this, like, its own little biome here. Fight a champion? You know, what do we think? Will this go well for me? Let's see if we can recruit some creatures in here to bolster out my champion fight. Oh yeah, all right, we got some. We got the Gogs. These guys look so creepy. Their mouth is too wide. It goes too far back. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, I do. It's one of the things you don't like it, but you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like it, but I do. It looks good. Here we have a Hellhound. Very fired up. Pun intended, I would say. The demons. there was a cool discussion about the demons in the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake panel from Thursday at Gamescom. The Thursday broadcast had a Heroes panel. It was about sort of user-generated content primarily, but also about the art and the creation process of how to, like, you know, take a sprite from 25 years ago or whatever, more, 30 years ago, and imagine it in sort of a full 3D character. How do you preserve what's cool about it, the fantasy of it? How do you update it because you have so many more capabilities, because you have like this, you know, incredible engine to do what you need to do. So here we go. We got some more folks, and let's go brawl. Let's go fight the champion. I like how the champion has hopped off his horse and is like caring for the horse real quick, even though that champion is obviously a mounted cavalry type unit. Let's get in there. Ding, 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 ding. Chat, I'm excited that you are excited for Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's coming up very shortly here. I'm just playing a little bit of Heroes, giving you a little bit of an extended glimpse at it on top of what we saw. And you know what? We're going to speed this up. Let's just do auto combat, because I just want to see these guys in action. I'll be your cameraman over here, watching as my little minions try to close the gap with these champions. Oh, not my poor little imps. They're just running them through. Yeah, imp vengeance. There we go. Horn demons getting into the mix. Oh, the pikemen. See, I feel like a pikeman, we want you in there because you're, you know, anti-cavalry. But, you know, streaming. Got him. Okay. Confirm. Very good. I wanted to give you a look at one more thing. Do you have time? No. Okay, well, there's your quick look, folks, at the Tower and Inferno factions in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake. Now, let's get ready to toss it on back to Gamescom, the Community Lounge, where Ubisoft will be hosting Assassin's Creed Shadows panel. This panel, what do I know about it? I know it features the Associate Game Director, Simon, I believe. I also, you don't mind it running overtime at all, the one assassin. Oh, Caravan used to skip school to play Heroes 3 at your sisters. I love it. I love the chat. Thank you all for joining the chat. Hope you are staying active in there throughout, and we'll see you at the end of this panel for a fun giveaway. But for now, let's toss it back over to Cologne for an Assassin's Creed Shadows panel live from Gamescom.
Hello everyone! Welcome to our Assassin's Creed Shadows Ultimate Stealth Challenge. Whether you're here in our Community Lounge, hi Community Lounge, or whether you're watching from home from our Twitch, hi, welcome. It's so good to have you all here. My name's Miranda Amos. I'm Community Manager for the Assassin's Creed franchise, and I am so excited to introduce you to our guest today. I am joined by Simon, Associate Game Director of Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Hello, everybody.
And also Mr. Alpha, aka Leonardo, who is a content creator and winner of our Assassin's Creed Shadows Stealth contest.
Hello, everyone.
If you'd like to ask a question about Assassin's Creed Shadows, you can use the QR codes dotted behind us and send those in, and I'm going to ask them throughout the panel. Yeah, get them in when you're ready. Simon, for those who may not know you yet, what was your role on Shadows?
So, I was Associate Game Director. I say was because this is today and tomorrow at Gamescom is marking the end of AC Shadows. This is my last assignment on the project. It's a little bit of a bittersweet moment, but I'm in good company. Thank you for showing up. So, Associate Game Director, but I was mostly in charge of designing and implementing all the stealth, all the parkour, and a little bit of the combat as well.
Very, very nice. And Mr. Alpha, aka Leonardo, what's been your journey with Assassin's Creed, being a content creator?
I always was a fan of Assassin's Creed, but I started with Mirage, mostly stealth videos, and the next game was AC Shadows. And the great Simon had the brilliant idea to have a challenge, which I won, and now I'm sitting here having another challenge.
We just can't keep challenging you enough. It's so good to have you here. Simon, can you talk us through the overall vision of stealth in Shadows?
Yes. So the main point we wanted to hit with the stealth in Japan was the shinobi fantasy. So we've all played, I hope, different assassins during different time periods. And Japan was very tricky because the shinobi exist regardless of the assassins. And we wanted to kind of meld those two ideas together in the ultimate assassin fantasy with the character of Naoe. And to do this, we gave ourselves some challenge as well. So we wanted to have a female Japanese character that would not be able to overpower her enemies the way Eivor or Cassandra or other characters could. We wanted her to be very, very fast, but also fragile. If she gets hit, she dies quickly. So to do the fantasy that we wanted, we had to make sure that the stealth play could be very, very aggressive, even though Naoe is not particularly powerful physically. She's just very bold, very aggressive, very forward, and she just goes for it. And that is a reflection in all the aspects of the design that we have. She runs fast, she jumps pretty far, and she kills really, really fast as well. I've seen Mr. Alpha play before. He's a very aggressive stealth player, so it's a good demo for what Naoe can do in the hands of a master. I've designed those things, I've worked on those things, and I cannot do it as well as he does. So it's great to have you here to display it.
Thank you very much for the kind words. And you also nailed Naoe's gameplay. It's sensational. I'm addicted to the stealth gameplay of Shadows.
Good. Any Naoe fans here? Yes, couple. The gameplay, right? Yeah, so the stealth fantasy of the shinobi was something at the center of it. And if you grew up in the 80s, like I did, a shinobi does front flips for no reason because they're cool. Yeah. They throw kunai, and they can go underwater and breathe through a reed, yeah, which we made sure all were covered in AC Shadows. So Naoe does all of those things and more.
Yeah. So what's great about Shadows is obviously there isn't just Naoe. There's also Yasuke, and he can be a little bit stealthy too. Can you talk us a little bit about that? A little bit,
yes. The design philosophy for Yasuke's stealth is, what if Simon was trying to do stealth? So I have to use cover, and I'm a little awkward. I peek out of it. But I do, I can overpower enemies a little better. So it was an exercise in contrast between Naoe and Yasuke. For everything that Naoe can do, Yasuke cannot, and he can do other things. And that was a conscious decision. That said, though, there's a lot of fun that can be had with Yasuke as a stealth playthrough in a castle. It is the best example I can give you is if you, as a person, unless you are a secret shinobi, in which case it does not apply, if you try to infiltrate a Japanese castle, how would you do it? This is how Yasuke does it. You just go around the corner, you whistle, you look, there's nobody, you walk a little bit, and then, it takes a while, which is a different approach, and it's an interesting approach as well. So, I know the narrative is Yasuke does not have stealth. No, he does. He has the same stealth powers as you and I. You just have to use them correctly.
And use your brain as well. So I think it's time to maybe get into the game.
Well, we have Mr. Alpha getting prepared, so we're waiting for
1 second, guys. 1 second.
Okay.
His thumbs up.
We can change over to the game and we can see what Mr. Alpha is up to. But we've got a challenge. Can you talk us through the first challenge that we're going to be given to Mr. Alpha?
Yes. So I've seen him do all of this. So if he fails, it's because of pressure. and because of
Yeah.
you are mean mugging him into failure. So a little encouragement would be good. So I have 3 challenges for you today in your
Okay.
playthrough. We're gonna run through Takada Castle, which
Yes.
was your choice, right?
Yes, of course.
So what's good about Takada?
I think the variety in this castle is very good, and also I studied the castle, so I know the place in and out better than my own home.
Nice. Okay, so 3 different kills that I want to see you try today.
Okay,
Are we on the game? Yes. Okay.
we are.
Well, run, assassinate is good. So I want you to burn somebody.
We can
I
do
want
that.
you to kill someone with the alarm bell, if you can.
And the next one?
And I want you to kill someone with an explosion without losing your stealth.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Let me get to my location and we can
Yeah,
start.
of course. You take your time.
Good start.
My goodness.
I'm warming up myself a bit.
He's so cool. When I grow up, I want to be Mr. Alpha.
Thank you.
So be cognizant that we're playing during daytime, so, you know, he doesn't have all the advantage that Naue can have with darkness. But that said, he's a master, so he's fine.
Okay, guys, then I think I'm ready to start the challenge.
Okay, and
go now.
one bonus wild card assassination if you can.
Yeah.
If you can do prone, roll to the side, and then assassinate somebody before they see you, you get extra points.
Okay, let's go.
Holy moly. Do you think he can do it? Yes?
I've seen
Let's
him.
get a little bit of a clap for
Yes,
Mr.
good.
Alpha here.
Let's
Okay,
go.
I think you can do it.
So we have to kill all 5 die shows here. I'm going to call them out as they die in horrible circumstances.
I thought when you said you were going to call them out, you were going to name them, and I thought, well, that's an extra layer there.
I
Whoa.
don't know their personal names. If I can point little fun facts while we're watching this. If you are well storied in Assassin's Creed, you will notice that every assassin before Naue, when they do an air assassination, they would always do a 2-beat assassination. So they jump and then they kill. We changed that for Naue where she does the 2
Challenge
beats.
number 1. Sorry.
Challenge number 1 done. Okay.
I haven't been cocked.
First die show dead. Okay, you're going faster than I can speak, so. Oh, you didn't roll. I thought you would do it.
No. I wait for the good exact moment.
Oh, he's got
pull
a
this
point
one
where
off.
he wants to do it. I like it.
Manual jump here. Nice.
Thank you.
There you go.
Almost
Saved it.
got cocked. Okay. Shit, I got cocked.
Oh, no. Combat challenge now.
Nicely done.
Nice save here. Multitasking. Woo. Pressure.
Okay, now I think I should be good.
Oh, we got some data fragments too. Love it.
Yes. I'm so angry about it that I messed it up, but it is what it is. Life is different.
Live demo. Stealth Master.
I can still do the challenges, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. So we wanted to make sure that you can recover when you do a terrible mistake such as this one with Naue.
Yeah.
This little corner of the castle is alerted, but because he took down the bell before they could ring it, no one else in the castle knows she's here. So the next little courtyard, he can go back to
Stealth.
the stealth.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to burn him, or I could, but I think it's a die shot, so it will be more difficult. I think I'm gonna go for the normal kill.
2 die shows down, 3 to go.
I just love Naoi's speed. It's so good, even in combat, as you saw. It was pretty fast, actually. Compared to Yasuke, she is not as strong, but her stealth makes up for it. We're gonna wait for this guard. He will now come.
Little example here, Naue is leaning into the corner, whereas Yasuke leans away from a corner.
Exactly.
Little details like this that lets you know that she's comfortable in that situation and he is not.
Okay, I know there's one guard there. So let's pull him there.
Shinobi Bell to attract the guard.
I don't know if you heard it.
We're using a lot of the tools. Which is your favorite tool to use in stealth?
My favorite tool has to be the throwing knives, because it's so satisfying to headshot the enemies with the ragdoll physics. The fun never ends with them.
Little roll back off the roof there. That's a pro move.
Let me get him here as well. I think he will hear me.
Have you got a favorite combo of tool as well? Like
In combat.
combo, so like you throw a bell and then you do a smoke bomb, or like using the tools together.
Probably the smoke bombs and then the double assassinations. It's the best one. So now I'm gonna try to do the roll challenge with this guy once he comes back. Also, this is the observe feature. You can mark enemies, and then after the eagle vision's over, you can get rid of the red if you don't like it. We will wait for him to come back. Once he comes back, we will try the challenge with the roll.
And the roll destroys the door, so you can actually roll through.
I will try. Let's try it. No, it wasn't possible.
It was okay. We can try again.
It's difficult to pull off, but it's one of the most badass moves in the game. Like entering a door and then surprise your enemy. Let me vanish in the smoke.
And obviously, Naue has a whole inventory of weaponry, and those weapons also have different stealth abilities linked to them.
Correct.
Can you talk us through the different weapons and different abilities?
Yes, it was an interesting design choice that we made. Naue cannot carry all 3 weapons at once, or all 4, including the bow staff that we added in post-launch. So she has to pick what she wants, and there's functions to the stealth as well. So nice. Oh, here we go. I know what's happening. Very cruel of you, Mr. Alpha. But challenge
I did it.
resolved.
I'm starting to worry for our safety, Simon.
Yes. It's okay. I know Yasuke. He can.
It was
he
this
can take
way.
care of him.
Last
On
die
speed
shows
dial,
here.
like him.
So the katana allows you to assassinate through the shoji doors, which are paper doors. The tento dagger allows you to fight with the tento and the hidden blade in a dual hidden blade style, but it also unlocks the double assassinate, which is very powerful for Naue. And then the kusarigama is the chain weapon, allows you to cover some ground and jump to an enemy that is about 10 meters away from you. And if you do it properly in the right setup, you can jump over gaps and get to the enemy on a platform. Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah.
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 Please,
Round of
clap.
applause.
What was the third challenge? Fire and
Explosion,
Oh, we did all the
You
challenges.
just missed the bonus challenge.
Yeah. The bow. I can go for it.
You can
Still.
try.
Is there another door we can try?
You wanna? So, what I suggest is we go to another castle. We crank up the difficulty and we see how you do.
Sure.
Yeah, because
We could do that.
another round of applause for Leonardo.
Thank you
He's
very
doing
much,
that.
everyone.
He absolutely smashed that. We should have timed him.
Okay,
It's true.
let me try to get away from here. Maybe we can fast travel there, but the castle itself is not far away from
Perfect.
Takeda.
So you've just talked about the weapons. Which is both of your favorites to use in stealth?
To me, it's the Tento. I'm a Tento guy. I think Leonardo is too,
Yeah.
watching you fight.
Yeah, it's also my favorite in stealth, basically because you could do double assassinations with it.
But I got to put in a good word for the bow staff because it's a spectacular weapon.
It is.
It really unlocks Naoe's acrobatics in a very fun way as well. She's a little more flashy with the bow staff than other weapons.
Yeah. Also, she has stances, which is super cool, completely different than what we are used to in this game. So we can fast travel.
Okay. So is there anything the crowd here wants Mr. Alpha to try this time around? I'm suggesting we crank up difficulty to nightmare difficulty.
I will try my best. Yes, I will do it now.
Yeah, so does anyone have a stealth challenge? Oh, you do? Okay, hang on. I'll come with the mic. You can ask it.
No assassination. So no killing.
No killing. Is that what you want? Or should I only go for the daishos? Because we need to kill someone in the castle. Otherwise it would get boring for the crowd.
Okay, what if you can kill the daishos, but only the daishos?
Only the
Everyone
di-
else needs to survive.
I could do that. Is that okay for you?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Good for the crowd, or do you want more blood? Good, I see nods.
I think we're good with that. Any other challenges? Did I see another hand? Oh, yeah.
I will not be able to change the difficulty from here. I could get away
Use
from...
Kusarigama as a weapon.
Yeah, I could take it. Sure.
Okay, I like it. Thank you. And one more? No? Okay, Simon, it's up to you for the third final challenge.
If there is any opportunity to drown someone, that could be fun as well.
Oh my goodness.
I could do that. I will do it.
Ideally, a daisho.
We're going with the violent deaths here.
It needs to be... the challenge is kill only the daishos. One of the daishos has to be drowned. And I need to use the Kusarigama as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me get away from here so I can start the run.
Yep.
You need to
Now,
change
some
the
people have picked up on it, but when Naoe sprints along the very spine of a rooftop, we have a little nod towards Naruto in there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit half Naruto, but it was very deliberate, and we're proud of it.
That's awesome. Are there any other Easter eggs that are in the game that the community hasn't spotted yet?
Oh, that's a good question. There probably are Easter eggs that I'm still not aware of because the team is very sneaky on our stealth game. So probably, but I don't know, to be honest.
Well, that's a challenge for you guys. But Leonardo, before we go into the next one, when you get to where you're at, can you talk us through why you picked the build that you picked in terms of the trinkets, the outfit?
Yeah, sure. I can show. Let me get to the location and then
You
I will
get there, my
explain my
friend.
build and the importance of builds in this game as well. That's no problem. I think we are almost there.
Yeah, and the world is stunning.
It
Yes.
is.
From
It is.
from your stealth vision that you had, how important was the world design to stealth?
I would say some of the areas are very like the important thing and very interesting thing about real Japan is that all the castles during the Sengoku period were level designed to be very efficient at misleading an intruder and an invader. So looking at the plans from those castles to begin with, the level design is extremely strong. I know it's not level design, it's architectural, but the way we took it is the level design is already very competent. Now we need to add little doors, little windows, little things that now we only could use. But it was an interesting thing to work back from the real architecture for the castles, which are some of the most intricate stealth sandbox that we have in the game. But I would say, starting from the source material, it was really impressive how well it was made. And then just knowing if you can go to the rooftops, then it becomes a very efficient way to infiltrate such areas. But the beauty of it, is on another level. And the Anvil engine that we use on Shadows is extremely powerful. And you only have to look at Black Flag Resync to see another example of how beautiful the graphics can be on this engine and how our different world teams really push the envelope. Okay.
So I'm at a starting location in front of the castle. So my build is literally all about speed. As you can see, enemies are less efficient at detecting sound, because in Shadows, people can hear your footsteps very fast, and on higher difficulties it's even more obvious. So I use this perk to move fast and not get caught fast. So that is that. Also on Nightmare difficulty, as you can see, I use the perks to have more damage in assassinations. So air assassinations take 2 health segments more, and that same applies to ground attacks and also double assassinations. So it's all about killing as many people as possible in the fastest way possible.
It's an interesting point that you bring, because one of the difference in stealth on the difficulty level, if you go into the higher difficulty, the enemies have way more behavior. They can spot you on the rooftops. And one way we reduce difficulty in the easy setting is that no one hears now his footsteps ever. So it's very easy for her to get around, but on Nightmare it is much more difficult. All right,
so I will go for the first Daisho now, which is here, I think. And I'm allowed to knock out people, so that's what we're gonna do. Oh, what happened?
No.
Ah, the guy on behind me saw me. Okay, we can still vanish.
We got you.
Oh.
Show of hand, who has played Nightmare difficulty at least once?
How did you find it?
3.
Yeah. Found it difficult?
We have to go again, I think. It's too difficult on Nightmare.
We can reload.
Yeah, I will do it.
We'll reload.
I will do it.
While we reload, was there anything that was left out of the game that you wanted in?
Oh yeah, lots of things, but so Naue only has a couple tools. There is way more interesting Shinobi tools that I wish we could make. It's hard to have tools work both in stealth and combat, which was the approach in Shadows. There's functions for all these tools in the 2 contexts, but things like caltrops, the little spike balls you leave on the ground for enemies not to follow. For a long time, we wanted to have a kunai that you could stick in a wall and then climb and create a path for you to climb up an otherwise unclimbable castle. But realistically, the grappling hook was so much better to use that we aimed to use that instead. But there is a ton of little ninja shinobi things that we wanted to do but haven't. It's not to say that one day some assassin won't have access to these tools, but yeah.
Very well.
I will give up the no kill challenge, because otherwise I will mess up all the time.
We couldn't do the no kill.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Maybe we can do another round. It's okay.
I give up.
That was a good challenge.
It was a good challenge.
We got him. I'm totally kidding.
It is possible to do, just not under pressure.
Because now I can move more freely, because I know the location also in and out. So there's also a guard, you can see it now.
So how many reps do you think you have in any one of those castles?
Again?
How many times have you run through this particular castle?
Literally the last 5 days, those 2 castles. But yeah, the pressure of being live took over. but I think I do good. I'm just a bit slower now. I try to be careful.
This is a great question from our audience. How did you work to implement stealth in a history where much of what we know about the shinobi is influenced by romanticization in later eras of Japan?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a juicy one.
And so, to be fair, there is a lot of good, great shinobi games out there that already exist that use, you know, magic and other very interesting gameplay elements. The challenge for Assassin's Creed, and now in particular, is how can we do the most grounded, realistic, well, we're stretching reality a little bit, but like credible, a human could do all of these things. That was the real challenge for Naue. And so starting from there, I think it influenced every decision we took. And we deliberately did not look at all the stuff that is generally in pop culture. It was more about a human. How could they do this? You know, and have a different approach to the shinobi than other franchises tend to have.
I think I will go again for a bell kill because I trained this one. I don't think I will mess up.
But now it's raining, and some enemies go for cover when it's raining, so
yeah,
it
true.
affects how they behave.
Again.
That's good.
But I know those two guards will come. As you can see, because of the rain, normally this guard would have been inside here. Now he's taking a look, and also down there would have been two guards, and they are also, I think, inside there. Normally they are here, so I would do a double assassination. Also, shout out to the weather system of this game.
I think you know those castles better than the level designers who build those castles.
I don't think so.
So what else can affect the enemies? So we've talked about the rain there. Is there anything else that can affect them?
It's mostly the weather. So in summer and spring, it's the rain. In winter, we have a blizzard. Blizzard also affects how they see you. So they see you from. So they can still see you from far, but it takes a while for them to realize that it's an enemy. So the detection is more lenient this way, and the rain in particular muffles the footsteps as well. So right now, if he's careful, the enemies just hear the rain, and you can move more freely with Naue and with Yasuke as well. The rain gives Yasuke an edge in a stealth context.
Also, I just did a prawn assassination. You also have grass that is only for the prawn, which is also brand new in Shadows. And you have 3 different states. You can be crouching, standing, and of course laying down. So the prawn. So I think, Simon, I will try to go for the drowning. Okay. I just need to get through this section here. There are a lot of people, as you can see now. And I could also try again the roll kill.
Ooh. Well, there's a lot of people. I would go for the drowning first. Okay. Another addition is the orange character that you see are the servants. They are civilians, essentially. They are non-fighter enemy. And if they see you, they will go and alert other guards. Yep. That's why now we can also have the non-lethal takedowns. Yep. It's for us to be a little more merciful with those enemies.
So there, as you can see, if I had a sword, I could have killed him. Just like that.
You can switch for the sword.
I don't have it because one person wanted me to use the Kusarigama, which I also gonna use now. So, nah, I messed it up again. It's difficult.
We'll all have to follow Mr. Alpha, and he can post it later on.
Yeah, I will definitely upload a dedicated stealth clip in this location as a big thank you for being here. That was the plan. So thank you again.
Fantastic. So we can see the roll there. Here's another audience question. What was your favorite music track in Shadows?
Okay. A little bit of a unusual pick, I think. So Has anyone here played through the Black Tides quest line that we released? The last update for AC Shadows. Yes. Access the Animus has played. Good. Thank you, sir. At the end of it, we have a little bit of a send-off for Shadows, and it's a track made by the internet band Lo-Fi Girl. They remixed Naoi's theme song, and they were generous enough to allow us to use it for that ending of a quest. It's a very mellow, very like heartfelt, I feel, version of Naoi's theme, and that's, to me, that's my favorite version of any song that we have in the game.
Okay, we're going for the drowning, which I never thought I would say.
It's gonna be more difficult now once a Daisho sees you and he's
alerted.
Yeah, he's alerted, then you can't grab him because then he denies it. So we have to wait until this eye disappears a little.
Oh, it's gonna take a while, I think.
Then let's just try it.
Yeah.
I could.
Oops.
Whoop.
Bounce.
Let's try it.
The suspense is killing me. Oh, he's got him. He's got him.
Okay. Normally that knocks out people, but the great dev had in mind that people can drown underwater, so that is that.
Systemic drowning.
Exactly.
The poor koi.
That has to be the worst death. Like, you get
boy.
knocked out and you sleep.
I don't know, man. Catching fire while somebody's choking you out sounds horrible to me.
True. Okay. Do you have any other challenge for me? For some reason the Kusarigama assassination doesn't work. I wanted to do it for the guy, but I can't do it.
Don't have it unlocked, maybe. But I would say if you can do a sprint double assassination from the back, this is my favorite Naoi assassination, where she does a little bit cartwheel in midair, slashes between the back of the knees of both guards.
Yep.
They fall down, and then she stabs them in the throat.
Yep.
I can try, but on this location it will be a bit difficult as far as I remember, but I still can go for it.
One thing I want to point out as well as little details that we had for Naoi, because she is not as strong as other assassins before her and after her, when she kills somebody, she always pulls them in the footprint that she has, right? She does not throw somebody off. She kills them where they stand, and they always land where she was when you begin the assassination. So she gets out of their way for them to die where she was. And it's an interesting way to use the long grass and the bushes and everything else around. Now we're in a fight in Nightmare difficulty.
Oh, okay, this is a good question. What's the best outfit for Naoi and Yasuke?
Well, that's an impossible question.
For me,
how do you qualify best?
I also cannot answer. Look-wise, I gotta go with... I don't know if it's here. Maybe I can show it. I have forgot the name, to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to be self-serving here and invite you all to play Black Tides. Eamon Hathaway's Crusader outfit is pretty cool for Yasuke. And then Nirmala's Black Cross Templar outfit for Naoi is also pretty cool, but the best part is Nirmala's sword. It's a crazy crisp blade. It's really cool, very unique.
Okay, do you have a final challenge for Leonardo?
It's not going to happen, the double assassinate, is it? Probably not.
Let me figure it out. I know there is one location, but let me get rid of it. I need to go to the rooftop, so I...
Oh.
Wait a second. Hopla.
Oh, I got to talk to a level designer now.
I think it was that way. Yeah.
It's okay if we don't have it. It's just my personal favorite. On the day where we mocapped that kill, I was like, no, that's not it. do 20,000 cartwheels until I am satisfied. And they did it, and I'm satisfied.
Maybe I can. Or at least a normal double assassination. Again.
Yes.
I had no space to run there, so they would have seen me. But I see there are 2 guards. Maybe
Here we go.
Yeah, this might be my chance.
Yeah, talk amongst yourselves, you two down there. We're coming.
Mr. Alpha's got your number. Good recovery.
Okay, here we go. Sprint, double assassination.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. It's the variation that we have, which is an homage to Arno Dorian from Unity. It's a good one, but it's not my favorite one.
I know another location. We will go there now.
Okay.
I won't give up. I want to showcase that badass move.
That was pretty sick, though, to be fair.
I know the location. There are 2.
Any other questions before we get there?
Okay, let me see. Okay, this is actually one for Leonardo, Mr. Alpha. What's your favorite part about Stealth in Shadows?
There is a lot of good things in this game. For once, now his speed is incredible. But I think the lightning system is what really made the difference here. Like the fact, if you look below the Fukushima castle, depends with our stances, and also if you hide in the shadows. So if it's dark and you turn off a light, you are completely invincible for enemies. And that is absolutely brilliant.
Fun fact, while in production, the light and shadow system was quite tricky to get going. And at some point, some on the team were ready to give up. It's like, let's not do it. And then my argument was, but it's in the title. And I won the argument.
So I will go for the running. Oh wait, let's get rid of this guy. Let's try.
So cool.
Again, the same one, sadly.
It's okay.
It's okay. And unfortunately, that's all the time we have. But thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today. And thank you guys for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Hope you go blah, blah, blah. Gosh, it's near the end of Gamescom. We're getting there. Hopefully you've learned more about AC Shadows Stealth today. And if you're watching at home, we'll be sending you back to Chris at Ubisoft HQ. Hi, Chris. Woo. If you're staying with us in the Community Lounge, we'll be back in 15 minutes for our Rainbow Six panel. Please keep the conversation going on our Discord channel and other social media channels. And thank you so much. And we hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Miranda, and cheers, Simon and Mr. Alpha, for that fun showcase of Assassin's Creed Shadows stealth gameplay. It's harder than it looks, folks, but there were some nice moves in there. And also some, just diabolical requests. Like, kill someone with the alarm bell, and then the whole drowning thing. Sometimes when we talk about video games, I don't know if you experience this, but, I talk about video games at my job a bunch. And sometimes you say something that's very reasonable to talk about in a video game setting, but sounds absolutely deranged. Like, oh yeah, no, yeah, I bought that skin. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me just swap out my skin. Bleh. Anyways, okay. You all have been very patient in the Twitch chat, and I know you are waiting for an exciting moment. Well, it's here. We're going to do a giveaway. So, the way this giveaway is going to work, number one, you need to be in the Twitch chat on the Ubisoft channel. So that's twitch.tv/Ubisoft. Get on over there, whether you're watching on YouTube or Assassin's Creed channel, come to the Ubisoft chat. That's where we are going to have you enter to win. So how's that going to work? Well, we've got some mods that are on the case, and they're going to open up a term. You're going to type that term in, and you will get your one entry in the giveaway. That's it. Then you just gotta wait. Don't keep typing in the term. It doesn't do it. You just get one. And we're gonna go ahead and do that now. So we'll wait for the mod to open it up and unblock the terms, and then you'll enter to get your one entry. the prizes to review. We have a lot of different game codes. So if you win a game code, the mod's gonna message you and give you a choice. You just gotta choose one of your options and then you will get that code. It's not like a discussion moment. The mod has to do more giveaways. Tell them what you want, say thank you, and have a code. But one of you is going to be the grand prize winner and is going to win the Assassin's Creed Shadows Collector's Edition for PlayStation 5 that we have to send to you. You are obviously not going to get yours today, but you will get some instructions from the mod on how to get it, and it will get to you before too long. So now, as we can see, there are lots of people typing hashtag giveaway into the chat. Do we see that Moobot is adding new entries to the giveaway? We do indeed. Oh, yes, we are underway, folks. Okay, let's unpin this. No, that's fine. We don't have questions to ask right now. So right now, the Twitch chat is ablaze with hashtag giveaway. I'm not even going to look over there. It's going so fast. I'm excited for you all to enter, and I wish you all good luck. Do you want to see the video of the collector's edition that we're giving away again? I think we do. Let's show the video of the collector's edition we're giving away again. It's an Assassin's Creed Shadows one, and it's pretty cool. Let's check it out. I feel like that's a good trivia piece of knowledge also that is revealed to us in this trailer, that the katana, the sword, the part that's like, it's like a guard, or it's like, you know, it goes perpendicular to the rest of the sword, it's between the handle and the blade, it's called a tsuba. And you're gonna get one of those. It's don't use it in a real, don't put it on a real sword, or do, I don't know. I'm not a swordologist. That's not my line of work. So, again, folks, this is our giveaway moment. We are giving away not just a bunch of game codes, but also an Assassin's Creed Shadows Collector's Edition. You see it on screen. I'm saying it a lot. But moments like this, people tend to come in to the chat a bunch, and they're like, what's happening? And so I just want you to know what's happening. And the giveaway is happening. Now, it's going to continue happening. We're going to keep gathering some more entries. Let's keep it rocking for a little bit. Not too much longer, though, because we want to actually, like, give them away. So, in the meantime, let's take a look at the schedule for today. What remains ahead of us in Ubisoft's Gamescom livestream extravaganza from Cologne, Germany, and me here in Paris HQ. It's going to be Rainbow Six from here on out. Honestly, it's going to be a good time because there's a lot to talk about. A new game announced in the Rainbow Six franchise this week. Yes, did you know this? I hope you did. If you didn't, you do now. Rainbow Six Tactics. I'll let you guess what genre game that is. It's Tactics, good guess. Rainbow Six Tactics takes operators from Rainbow Six Siege and brings them into a tactics type game. It's like turn-based, set up your moves, scout the enemy. You get some drone action, you get some breach action. It involves characters from Siege, but also characters from Rainbow Six's past. That's what we're gonna get into with our next panel, bridging worlds and stories in the Rainbow Six universe. That's primarily a tactics-focused panel. So if you're intrigued by that game, or if now is the first time you're learning about it, stick around for a few more minutes and you're gonna learn a lot more. That's actually like the first, the trailer aired on Tuesday night at Opening Night Live. That was the announcement. So this is going to be one of the first times you can hear developers talking about this game. So it's pretty exciting, right? Heck yeah, I'm excited. I want to learn more about this game. After that, it's going to be Rainbow Six Siege taking over the stage. Just Siege, community checkpoint style. If you are familiar, these checkpoints have been happening every few months this year, and there are times when the developers sit down, chat candidly with the community, talk about various topics from balancing to modes to anti-cheat to ranked play to operator, whatever it may be. Anything is up for discussion. I don't know exactly what the rundown is of what they've got planned for today, but there's always some interesting perspectives, and you can kind of get a look at the thought process and really the depth and breadth to which the Siege developers tackle the complex topics that make that game what it is. So that'll be a fun one too. And we're going to have some drops for Rainbow Six Siege during those panels, if I'm not mistaken. So you will also get some alpha packs. Alpha packs, anyone? Stick around. You will get those for watching. The way you get drops, by the way, is different than the way you do this, the giveaway, which we're doing now. Drops you just have to watch. You got to be logged in your Twitch account. And you have to have your Twitch account linked to your Ubisoft account, which is something you need to do like once, and then it's good. So if you haven't done that, just Google link Ubisoft Twitch account, and then a how-to comes up, and you do it, and it's easy. It takes like 45 seconds. And then you'll be queued up to get some drops. But I have a feeling a lot of y'all know what the deal is with drops. Okay, the giveaway progress. The furious giveaways are slowing down, which is good. It means you've all entered, and then you've listened, you've heeded. Sasko, you don't have to type something for drops. Look, there's lots of ways that things happen on twitch.tv. But when I tell you that the Twitch drops for Siege do not require any kind of follow or sub, they just require watch time and having your accounts linked, you can believe me because I'm a trustworthy person and I want you to get the drops. So we're going to make it happen. All right, the giveaway is happening right now. We're almost done. So if you haven't typed hashtag giveaway into the chat at twitch.tv/Ubisoft, it's the Ubisoft channel. Now's your last chance because we got to start pulling these winners, and then we got to move on because we've got Rainbow Six Tactics to dive into here in just a few moments. So, have you folks seen the trailer for Rainbow Six Tactics that aired at Opening Night Live? We're going to watch it in a minute or two here and sort of shift the discussion away from Assassin's Creed Zone, but we do have a few more moments. Oh, I see some first-time enters for the giveaway. So, in the meantime, let's just go like hang out with Yasuke in the rain. He's on a pilgrimage. It's like a beautiful... Oh, the rain has just let up. So it's perfect time to just take a nice walk. So here's the deal. What we just saw was a stealth challenge, okay? And we've also seen parkour challenges in Assassin's Creed Shadows in the community earlier this year. What I propose is the next thing we should see is a vibes challenge, because this is where I think I would really thrive. I've got the HUD toggle off. That's why you see in the top left-hand corner the little R stick. I could bring the HUD back, but I could also put it away, and now we're just kind of vibing. And so what do we need in the vibes challenge? First, you need to have the outfit right. So I've got this like light samurai outfit, very flowing. You know, shows people Yasuke is ready for action, but also, you know, he's not geared up. This is not his... Oh, yep, hi. Yep, it's me. Yasuke, yep, thank you. I am not a big deal. He's not geared up for battle, right? Because this isn't a battle scenario. This is like a pilgrimage to the mountains where there is a beautiful waterfall in the distance. Oh, all right, yeah, we're going to go over to that. So you got to get the fit right. Then you need to have like the setting. Okay, we're here. We're seeing some kind of like late summer vibes, maybe early autumn with the leaves changing. Great season choice. And then, you know, obviously character movement is a big one. You don't want to be running hither and yon. You're just going to walk. You're going to keep it with the slow walk. Framing here. Try to get it framed up, right? Try to see the object of your admiration, this massive pagoda here in the key province of Assassin's Creed Shadows. See what I'm saying? You see how the vibes challenge comes together? I wonder if any of you all play like this at all. This is one of the reasons why it takes me a long time to finish Assassin's Creed games, because I don't just do this like on stream for fun. I do this like at home when I'm playing at night. Oh, look at what we have here. You know what can enhance your vibes challenge? Petting a dog. But look, that dog is scared and has run away. So we are not going to pet that dog. If a dog runs away from you, also don't chase it. Terrible vibes for Assassin's Creed. Oh, yeah. Oh, the bells are coming. Yasuke did not skip leg day. Okay. I'm going to pause right here at the top. Oh, okay. Speaking of vibes. Yep, hello. You see what I'm seeing here, chat? You see what I'm saying? Kitty cat. Come here. You are very cute. Oh, you are very cute. Okay, so. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the chat. So, folks, the giveaway has now closed for new entries. So, what does that mean? That means just don't bother typing hashtag giveaway anymore. We put it back on the block so that it's not spammed. And the giveaway has concluded the first part where we like gather all the entrants. The next part that's going to happen is we pick the winners. And our mod sends you a message to say, hey, you won. And they want to give you your winnings. But they can't send you the message if your Twitch whispers are blocked, if you are not allowing whispers from strangers. So what you can do right now, if you entered and you want to win, go to your Twitch settings to privacy. And under privacy, scroll until you see the one that says block whispers from strangers. Uncheck that. Can't have it checked because you need to get a whisper if you win, because that's how we're giving you your winnings. Once you've done that, sit tight, wait patiently, channel the good vibes of winning a giveaway, and good luck to you. Screw, I'm sorry you don't think this is a good way to do it. In my experience, the way to do it here, this is a way that makes giving the codes away kind of secure, right? Like if we were to put it on screen, then it's the fastest person to type it. If we put it into the chat, again, it's like an agility challenge. So by doing this, not only are we picking winners randomly, but also we're just messaging them so that we can be sure that they are getting the code. So it takes a little longer, but it's a little bit more reliable and fair, in my opinion, and thus it is how we're doing it, because I'm the one at HQ. Also because we do them on this channel with some regularity. So if you're interested in winning some codes for Ubisoft games, go ahead and follow the channel. You'll get a notification when we stream in the coming weeks and months. And whenever I'm streaming, if there's a giveaway, folks, I'm going to put it in the title. So don't you worry. Now, we've totally blown through what I was intending to do, which was show you the Rainbow Six Tactics trailer, but they are going to get you a good look at this newly announced tactics game in the Rainbow Six universe. This is coming live from Cologne, Germany on day 4 of Gamescom, where Ubisoft will be in the Community Lounge, Rainbow Six Siege and Tactics developers getting together to share their insights on this new game in this very familiar and fun world called Rainbow Six.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Rainbow Six segment of our live stream. I'm Emily, this is John, we are community developers and we are in good company of Peter and Barnaby, both narrative directors.
Hi guys.
On Siege and Tactics respectively. And for this first discussion that is titled Bridging Worlds and Stories, we will be talking about your work as both narrative directors. So not later than yesterday, Barnaby, someone asked you, what is a narrative director? So maybe if you can explain that, one of you explain what is your job exactly?
Thank goodness it's narrative we're talking about today, Emily. I thought you were going to say this is a gameplay, and I was like, uh-oh. But no, yes, we're here for narrative. First off, can I just say I'm enjoying Gamescom so much. Such an electric atmosphere. How's everyone in the crowd? Are you enjoying your time at Gamescom so far? Yeah, so on the stream, if you could see this crowd, you've got some bright faces, big smiles. So the question was, what does a narrative director do? Generally on a video game, you have one person who's responsible for the creative vision of the game, and that's the creative director. And on a lot of games, that creative director has to play a lot of different roles. So when there's a narrative director, as you know, Barnaby, fellow narrative director, your job is really to take some of the narrative responsibility on your shoulders. So that can be anything from pitching sort of high-level storylines, developing characters, creating kind of a sandbox for barks. So you're working on these kind of pure narrative elements, but you're also working with every other team on the game that are doing features that have narrative in them. So you have a really important relationship with the creative director, then a really important relationship with every other developer on the game working on it.
Yeah, I'm just super happy to be here too. Super tired as well, but we were super thrilled to announce on Opening Night Live. I couldn't be there, but I was lucky to be with the team that night, so we watched that live and back in Paris. And it was quite a moment for us after all this time. But yeah, back to the question. I can do the boring answer if you want, which is basically that I lead, as narrative director, I lead a narrative team full of super talented people, writers, artists, animators, and they just do an awesome job. But basically, all things story, obviously in the case of tactics, it implies a lot of cinematics. With all the steps you can guess, crafting new characters, we are bringing brand new characters to the Rainbow universe. Script writing, casting, a lot of motion capture. We've been shooting hours of cutscenes, and I hope you guys will like it. So there is all this big cutscene process that obviously is a big part of the job, but to me, I'd say that narrative is pretty much everywhere in the game, up to like the small option menu here, how you're going to name that skill, that event. And in our case, more specifically, I would say that it's in the missions. In tactics, we've been basically handcrafting dozens of missions. So you go places. And yeah, it's about coming up with a thrilling, memorable experience. But even before that, I would say that my job and the job of my team is to make sense of things. Like we're going to be sitting with our art director, level design director, and try to combine what we have. Like we're going to go places. It's Rainbow. You're going to travel the world, and because the world is on fire, you're going to have to save the world, basically. And we're going to be like, okay, where are we going? Why are we going there? What's the crisis? What's the situation? And that's a big part of the job, making sure that it all makes sense. And it sounds easy, but you know, game dev is about iteration, change, with a bit of chaos, I must say. So sometimes you got to react like some designer may come and say, hey guys, you know this mission, we've been discussing, and maybe it could be cool to have like hostages in this mission. And you're like, okay. And I'm not going to say like, oh, you're just destroying my beautiful stories here. It's more like, all right, we're going to find a way to help you out and to make sense out of it again. So I would say making sense is already pretty cool. And, yeah.
Thank you very much for this nice explanation of the role. But you mentioned that Tactics was announced during the opening live show. Can you maybe explain us what Tactics is, in any case someone might have missed the trailer?
So Rainbow Six Tactics, just watch the trailer if you didn't. It's quite convenient because it's called Rainbow Six Tactics, so you get it, all right? The best of Rainbow Six from all eras up to Siege, with this new turn-based tactical gameplay. And basically we wanted to try this, what is for us like a match made in heaven, kind of. It's tactical turn-based game set in the Rainbow universe, but more as a player, you are Six. You're the Six of Rainbow Six, who's basically the boss of the organization. And as Six, you're going to deploy operators all over the world during high-stakes mission, which is basically the tactical turn-based gameplay with very cool twists. And back at base, you still have your job of being the boss, basically managing your staff, taking care of your ops, training them, analyzing clue. So you got a lot. And honestly, I think being Six is maybe the worst job ever, because you know you have like limited fundings, high pressure, the world is burning, and you got to make choices all the time. So that's basically the game. But for that, we have like the man. We brought back Paul Bishop back from Vegas 2. So we needed like the man of the situation from a Rainbow Bravo team, totally legit. So yeah, we are happy to switch to this point of view. I think that's the most important aspect. You're not an operator anymore. You're the boss of the whole organization. And so yeah, you'll get this big campaign full of missions and cool narrative twists. We went old-fashioned. It's a fully premium game, no in-app purchase, no battle pass. You buy it, you play it, you finish it, you play it again, I guess. So, yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Vegas too. It's been, what, almost 20 years since we've had that experience. I remember it. I'm old, but it was fun. I remember playing the first Vegas as well. So it's really cool to dive into, a narrative universe again, like a first-person, a single-player experience, right?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's been cool.
No pressure.
And John, I remember it too, so you're not the old.
Yeah, we're both here.
fellow old.
Yes.
Yeah, it's super exciting to be returning to that because, like you were hinting at, Barnaby, there are so many great stories to be told in the Rainbow universe. So to be coming back to a single-player game with like a long-form narrative story to tell, we're so excited. I have to say myself, seeing your trailer go live this week, we're friends. But now I'm a bit starstruck sitting next to the narrative director of Tactics, and I can't wait to see this game in the wild.
So Tactics is in the same universe as Siege?
Yes, exactly. So one of the things that, in the early stages of brainstorming this idea with Barnaby and the brand realization director, Emily. Hi, Emily, if you're watching. One of the things we really made sure was to find, different Emily than you, Emily. Both cool Emilys. All Emilys are cool so far. We really wanted to make sure that we were evaluating every opportunity for story and finding the right entry point for Tactics, and one that fit with Siege as well, so that, of course, the most important thing is that if Tactics is your first game, if Siege is your first game, whatever your point of entry is, it's always going to hit hard. But if you're doing both, if you get to play Tactics and Siege, you might get a few extra little secrets.
That's interesting. Could you do maybe a quick recap of the lore, where we are at in Siege, and how Tactics is entering the universe?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the big storylines that we introduced a few years ago in Siege was the Carries Legion and Deimos. So Deimos, personally one of my favorite characters in the mix. And the Carries, they added a new sense of drama to things. And this came to a kind of close in our year 10 on Siege, which ended at the beginning of this year, where even though Rainbow on the surface were able to stop Carries, the organization had to shut down. So this is a big thing. It's the first time we do something like this on Siege in now 12 years of having the game be live. And Siege in the world is an elite counterterrorism unit. So if you saw the world as being a kind of like immune system, right? So if your immune system is a counter-terrorist unit and it's protecting it against terrorism, what happens when the immune system is compromised? Well, some bad things can happen. It can be spread across the world, so some problems might arise. So this is a whole new sort of world for potential Rainbow story to be told in.
Yeah, and I must say it was quite perfect for us, because we wanted the player to feel that the world needs Rainbow. So you start in a super vulnerable world, and I'm not going to spoil how the game starts, but even from a gameplay standpoint, you start in a world without Rainbow, and you're going to experience, let's say, a massive terrorist attack. We call them the agency attack. So basically on the same day, you have like 9 intel agencies that are bombed, just like that. So the world is a bit at shock, and the governments are like blind. So we have this kind of global chaos mode that justifies something, a decision from our dear Aya Smith that the Siege fans know already. The world needs Rainbow back. So it's all in a hurry. We got to rebuild Hereford. It had been blown up. We have to appoint a new 6 bishop. So that's how things start. But I want to insist, in a hurry. It's a super short, intense crisis, and it's this kind of blank page between what you mentioned, the termination of Rainbow, because as you can see now in the Siege live narrative, Rainbow is back with Bishop, and we are basically telling what happened in between, this kind of rebirth story, like trial by fire for the new Rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe just like little note here, you're seeing a Siege CGI that was played earlier this year at SI, featuring Bishop. So this was something that our teams talked together about to find like the right context, how to present Bishop in this area, and a lot of thought was put into this.
Yeah, and even for us as a team, it's super funny because we work on one big campaign with a start and an end, so cool for newcomers, but we could experience like the live narrative of Siege while we were developing the game.
Yeah.
So it was pretty fun. You could tell the tactics team like, hey guys, by the way, here 4 is going to be blown up tomorrow in the Siege world in a live story. So every day with all these breadcrumbs, we were getting closer to our story point. Like, hey guys, Bishop is live, but people, they just don't know that you're going to play as him at some point in tactics. So it was super exciting to see that evolving live.
Yeah, so it really means that you've been planning this from the very beginning of the project. So you've been working together for a long time now, right?
Emily, we've been planning this for so long. It feels so good to be out in the open finally. I remember working with Barnabé like for a while now, and actually our first discussion we had was kind of an all hands on deck discussion at the very beginning of the tactics journey, and on Siege as well. We were developing the Carry storyline, and we had one big task, something we needed to accomplish. It was deciding who would be Rainbow's next 6. So it was
first one since Harry, yeah.
First one since Harry, and you know it's called Rainbow Six. So Rainbow Six is the title of someone in this universe. So it's obviously a very important character, and we're so hyped when Bishop was chosen. We knew what we had, and then we wanted to give him like a really special moment. And I think Tactics is going to be it.
And yeah, I want to highlight that like our story in Tactics is canon. We wanted that since day one, basically. It was a challenge, obviously, but for us it was a bit of a no-brainer. Like everybody wins, actually. I think Siege fans gets like an expanded world, and they can go deeper into the story and see the ops and the staff with the new angle. And also for newcomers, like you guys know, Siege is a tough game, okay? And going with Tactics, with a turn-based, so obviously slower pace, like with less frenzy to start, can be also super interesting to dive into, and hopefully for some to try out, say, Siege after Tactics. So yeah, I think honestly everybody has to win, and again, different point of view, like the moment to moment, like body cam action from Siege, and the more high level, good old techno thriller, like the old Clancy books actually, for Tactics. So yeah, that's where we were trying, yeah.
So it really is an added value, like another layer to the franchise. But I really must ask, and it's something that we've seen on social media after the reveal trailer, is that how did you come up with the idea of a turn-based tactical game, and why did you choose Rainbow Six specifically?
There are several factors. I think I think to make a good game, you gotta love what you do. Good thing is that within the team, we love Rainbow. I'm old too. I was more a Rogue Spear guy, and I'm a bad Siege player, I must say. I know Siege, but I'm just slow, I guess. But we have younger folks who are just super great Siege players within the team. So we love Rainbow, and we love tactical turn-based games. Like, I'm a huge fan of that, and we all played them like hundreds of hours. So there was this fit. And I think, secondly, is like, okay, you love those games, that's cool, but are you legit? And the game is made in a Paris studio, which made a bunch of very different games. But among them, there are 2 tactical games involving Mario plus Rabbids, the 2 opus, which are super interesting takes on the tactical, and the team had a great expertise on that front then. And then Paris Studio is also the home to the Ghost Recon franchise. So we have a lot of Tom Clancy experts, military experts, and especially with the open-ended aspect of the Ghost Recon series, we thought that these, especially the Clancy guys, they could bring something fresh to the tactical genre with the freedom of approach. So we had the people, and basically our creative director, I mean, he came to me at some point like, I want to do something which is going to be called basically Rainbow Six Tactics, and I was like, all right, I mean, like, don't say no more, because there's also something beyond the fact that, okay, I love this stuff, basically. It's a natural fit. Like, we were convinced that bringing tactical gameplay to Rainbow was super obvious, because tactical is part of Rainbow's DNA, right? Like, all Rainbow games have that in common, no matter if real time or solo or whatever. So it's just easy to say we are making a game that makes total sense. Sometimes you have other games that blend a franchise and a gameplay, and you're like, oh, that's a weird mix. And for us, it felt natural. But I must say, since the reveal, we also got to read and hear this feedback from players. They saying it's such a natural thing. Like, thank you, we were not crazy. So that was also a relief, I must say.
Yeah, I love the way you say that because since the original novel, this idea of being an elite operator, it's all about planning, it's all about practice, it's all about foresight, and it's a big part of what this universe has. So Siege players know this because it's such a core part, and it's what makes Siege unique as an FPS. So the tactics bridge is so natural to be in that position, to have to be strategic as a player. And it's amazing for people who have that tactical mind and are curious about the universe, but maybe are not as drawn to an FPS. Like Tactics offers a real entry point into something like with rich, deep lore. We've been telling Rainbow stories at Ubisoft for almost 30 years now, and people still speak fondly of like Vegas 2, right? Almost 20 years old game for the story, for the experience. So this is super exciting for all of us.
Yeah, and I must say there was this fit, so Rainbow Tactics, we all think it fits, but we could have done like a classic turn-based with basically a rainbow sticker. But the question was, how do we stand out? Like there are so many great tactical games out there, more than ever. So it's pretty awesome to be a tactical player these days, I must say. Question was, what do we bring on the table? And everybody has great ideas all the time, especially in the team, awesome ideas. But I must say, a way to filter these things, like what is the best innovation. In that case, you will see more of that later in terms of bridge planning, unique feature destruction. A lot of things we bring in are actually filtered by the question that was asked all the time, every day on the floor, like, is this rainbow? There are many cool ideas that just couldn't fit, like, no, it's not part of the world. I don't see rainbow doing that, but there are some like, yeah, it fits. Let's do this. So it was a rainbow. The brand was some kind of creative fuel for us, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was important to stay rainbow. It's the DNA, even if it's tactics, it is rainbow.
Exactly.
But talking about this, because the operators that are in tactics are also from Siege, but how did you make that they fit the turn-based tactical genre then while still being rainbow?
Very big question, tons of debates. We are launching with 15 ops. So we selected and developed and finalized 15 operators, all out of the Siege roster. The list was way bigger in terms of which one should we pick. And again, we filtered. Obviously, there was a lot of factors, like, which are the coolest, the fan favorites, that matters. But the most important thing was which one have a playstyle that can properly translate on the tactical turn-based. There are some ops that are just amazing to play in Siege, but translating that, like switching language on a turn-based tactical shooter was tough, nearly impossible. And for some, we were like, okay, we have a version that is true to the essence of this operator, so we ended it with this one. And again, there was obviously also the question of how do you balance the cast? Like, we're not going to launch with like 12 snipers or whatever. So how we can balance a cool mix of role. And basically 15, they all have their unique skill trees, almost like an RPG thing, kind of. It's not just, oh, this one has a sniper, this one has a shotgun. In terms of playstyle, we can't wait to show you, but they're all super unique. You deploy 4 of them for each mission. So the combination and synergy is just pretty huge already.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them already in the trailer, and some people online, some players are really excited to see them in action in tactics.
Absolutely. Were there any constraints while, merging these two worlds is not always easy, right? Any constraints from like the Siege perspective and of course tactics, maybe starting with Siege?
So many constraints. I'm kidding, of course, but I think working in game dev, you learn that constraints, actually anything creative, constraints are part of the creative and of the iterative process. So, early in design, Barnaby, Emily, I, and everybody, on the Slice and Dice, tactics team, we were very creative, right? You're throwing every idea you have out there because that's what you can do at the design stage, is really go for it. And then, of course, there are things that are entered in play, like what's the genre of the game? How much time do we have? What can we actually execute? And it's like what Barnaby was saying earlier about making sense of things. That's the richness of constraints and the iteration process. Is every time you're forced to cut something or change something or optimize something, you're asking yourself the question of, like, why do I have this at all? You know? And on story, we're always asking the questions, like, does the story need this? Why do we want this? By continually asking that question, you actually get something better and better. So sometimes the constraints are the key to unlocking the story, unlocking the game.
Yeah, constraints. I mean, personally, I love them. So that makes me a masochist or something. But I think you don't do anything good without them. More like, okay, sometimes it's too much, but quite often it's like, okay, challenge accepted. I think better with constraints. So, and I think many people in the team, and that's part of game dev, like been there for quite some years, and you can see how someone is senior when it comes to handling the constraints. Like, all right, we're gonna make something out of it, even though sometimes it's hard. But and also, you could consider that, okay, is the IP, Rainbow Six, the franchise, is it a constraint? Some people could, oh, it's very specific. Maybe you're not going to be able to express yourself or whatever. I'm like, come on, like you get to work on Rainbow Six. It's not called a constraint. It's called luck, I would say. So we were like also super lucky with our friends in Montreal because they're Siege experts. So we had like a treasure trove of like, you know, data, art, assets, and everything. And most of all, people who's been working on Siege for years. We also have few members from the tactics team who used to work on Siege, including 2 of our writers. So we're like, yeah, we're Rainbow experts. Like, hey guys, maybe we can do something together. So that was also super useful. So, and also sometimes they are like happy surprises. Like at some point, we had a constraint on the tactics side. You know, in a lot of turn-based tactic games, there is this kind of power fantasy where you get to rebuild your base. You need to feel that you expand from 0 to, you know. And I was like, okay, but there is like Hereford base at Siege at the time. It was like, it's all fancy and high-tech, but I want to upgrade it. So I was thinking, and I came to Peter, like, should we build another base? Should we do something on the side? And at the end, it was like, you know, actually, we plan to blow up Hereford at some point. And I was like, all right, I think we can have an interesting starting point. And I could use these runes, basically, yeah.
That's such a good example. Assault on Hereford, Siege's Year 9 Sin 4 event was so fun to plan, to give players an experience. So, yeah, like Barnaby said so well, having these little elements bridge between the games, I think are so fun creatively to think about. And it comes back to like probably one of our biggest constraints, but our biggest opportunities was figuring out like where and when to tell the tactics story. And that was a lot of fun to create together. Yeah.
Thank you for blowing up the base.
Anytime.
Extreme solutions, I guess. Well, we are almost towards the end of this discussion already, but I was wondering, do you have maybe any anecdotes from the development of the game? Something that you experienced together?
I think there are many, but some are tied to contents we cannot reveal yet. So, yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we're going to keep some for later, I must say. Unless you want to spoil something or whatever.
I mean, listen, there are definitely Easter egg discussions, what they could, you know, imply in the future. I guess you'll have to play tactics to find out, because talking about them now, it's very spicy stuff.
Yeah, and talking about Easter eggs, also for Siege fans, have a listen to what the ops say during the mission. We got records with all the Siege talents. They have the same VOs, but we recorded a lot of new stuff to be true to our design as well. And there are a lot of little dialogues that this one will only tell the other. So pretty fun as well.
Yeah, and one thing I want to add on is you know, I saw the development of tactics at an arm's length, right? I wasn't involved in the day-to-day like Barnaby was, but to see the team, the skill they bring to the table, the creativity was so exciting, and it really came together for me as a fan seeing the trailer this week, because there's too many you know, talented people working on this project to name. But one highlight, I guess, anecdotally, was the VO talent that you brought onto tactics. It was amazing. The characters created on tactics that we've gotten to feature a few of them on Siege for people paying attention. Such rich material to use in our game.
Well, new gameplay, new stories, and new answers to questions. Thank you very much. I think we're all excited to experience that in tactics. But before we wrap up, we have a few questions, John and I, for you guys. So to join. Do you want to go with the first?
Yeah, sure. So I think this is an important question. Is there a permadeath mechanic, given these are operators that we all know and love? Is it going to be possible that they will be permanently gone from your game?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's an option. It's not mandatory, but I think for many tactical fans, you can do without, basically. That said, I'm not sure we're going to call it permadeath, because if we get to kill Montaigne in the Rainbow story, some people might be a bit mad. I don't know, we'll find a name. Is it a coma or whatever? But at some point, they're going to be, let's say, unavailable after too many injuries and stuff, because our story is only during few weeks. So, yeah, permadeath for the sake of the campaign, yeah.
I'll go with the next question, which is, will we get to know Bishop better?
Yes. It's funny because Bishop, obviously you're going to be in his shoes. And it was a tight balance, like you want to build a great character, but he's also the player. So it's always a thin line between who you feel you are and if you make your own choice. But yes, I think he was the perfect candidate because of Vegas, because of his past. But the funny thing with Bishop is that he has some lore, but I would say enough, but not too much for us to build upon. So we took the Bishop from Vegas and took it somewhere else. I wrote the next chapter, and I think, there will be some interesting things to do. But what matters to me is that he's a human being with the worst job on earth, but he's not just like the tough leader who needs to feel tough. He has a big heart, and I think that's something that you guys will enjoy when it comes to trusting people, especially.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I think one of the reasons I can't wait to get my hands on the finished game is this. Like I said before, this is Rainbow Six, and this is the closest a player or a fan will ever get so far in having the experience of being that character in tactics. So my imagination is already going wild because, again, to age myself, I remember reading the novel in the 90s. And I remember with a friend seeing her read under her desk at school. I'm not recommending anyone do this for kids at home. But I love this universe for so long. So getting to be from that perspective is really something special.
Cool. All right, let's go on to the next question then. Will we see more on how Rainbow is managed?
Is managed, you said?
Managed, yes.
Okay, sorry. A bit noisy.
That's okay, yeah.
I mean, you'll get to manage them, so depends on how you do. But yeah, it was an important take. Like, I think people know a lot of what happens on the field, and we'll get to, again, we put a lot of love in the ops on the field, but we also worked a lot on what's happened back at base. Like, all the people that make the operations possible, recon, medbay, engineering, investigations, the intel team and stuff. So, and it was a cool way we got to create all these characters who embodies these departments, but they're not just, hey, I'm the head of Intel. They all have their own personalities and drama. So you're gonna manage real human beings, and I don't know which one will be the fans' favorite, but I think we basically treated them like the ops, kind of. They come from various countries, and basically they're all the best at what they do. So it was super funny. It's more like the desk job side of things, like less guns, but a lot of brain and a lot of heart again.
So I think the next question, I already know the answer, because you want to keep secrets and everything. By the way, guys, if you want to ask us questions for the devs, we have the QR code to join the Discord server, so don't hesitate, and we'll bring them for another live stream. But really, is there nothing you can already tease about tactics?
I think one thing that's amazing is, even if you know nothing about Rainbow, about the characters in Siege, you can start playing tactics and you will learn about this world. Now, that being said, if you do know other things, like maybe, what could tactics have as an effect on the Siege universe? What characters will you meet that will have an effect? I think those are good questions to have as you experience tactics.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't add much because I think we said a lot already just because we just revealed the game. We have a lot in store. You're going to see very soon gameplay. We discussed about the closed beta maybe at some point. But yeah, we have a lot in store, so stay tuned. Sorry, it's classic, but that's super true.
I mean, just bouncing off that right away, when can we get our hands on the game? I know I want to play it. I love turn-based tacticals. So What do we got? Do we know? Anyone? Someone?
Well, Barnaby just mentioned it. There's a close
He did.
that is in the works. So earlier this week, we published an article about that. So you can go check that article. All the details, all the important details are in there. Also the link, of course, to sign up. So yeah.
That's great. All right. I mean, anything else? I think we're good to wrap up here, guys. So thank you so much, Barnaby and Peter, for coming out here and being a part of this.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
And also thank you everyone who's here in person, also on stream.
The best crowd in all of Gamescom. Let's go.
We'll take a short break, so get a snack, get something to drink. Also go check that closed article, sorry.
Yes, of course.
Go sign up, and we'll be right back with the community checkpoint with John. But we give the microphone back to Chris online. Thank you all.
Rainbow Six Tactics, folks, just announced this week and coming to PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and X. One thing I wanted to do before that panel was to show you the trailer to like get you hyped for Tactics. I didn't do that because I was caught up in an Assassin's Creed moment. But now we've got the time. Do you want to see the trailer for Rainbow Six Tactics? It's been available on YouTube for several days because it was announced at Tuesday night at Opening Night Live. Of course you do. All right, let's take a look. This is the trailer, the announcement trailer for Rainbow Six Tactics.
This is it. These tangos are in for a surprise. Take your positions, team. Breaching!
6 on station. Let's show Cares that Rainbow's back.
Go! Go! Go!
The people behind this, I have seen them before, and they must be planning something bigger.
Send me everything you dig up on the agency bombings. There's no time to waste.
We've contacted Rainbow's former operators.
You just have to choose which ones.
On the floor, now! We've got active hostiles all around, team. Move fast and stick to cover.
I'm seeing increased activity across all channels.
Want us to put out more fires? We'll put out more fire.
On the floor, now!
So we got like Nook, Sledge, Ash, Montaigne. I think I saw Smoke in there. Who's been dissecting the trailer? What do you got? What do you like about this? I am stoked about a tactics game. I've enjoyed some tactics games in my day. Some different entries like Mario Plus Rabbids. That was a good one. Into the Breach. Any of y'all play that one back in the day? That was super fun. Heck yes, Stealth Killer. Plenty of people like tactical games. Hi, Repulpos. So the Twitch chat's here. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm your MC, your host for this Gamescom live stream extravaganza, and we don't have much time left in it. Well, we have a significant amount of time, and we'll be talking about Rainbow Six Siege for most of it. But we have covered a ton of stuff from this week, over 4 days of live streaming from the show floor. They're on the show floor. I'm in the Paris studio, so that when they're on the show floor in this stage there, they can change it over nicely and like get everybody all set. But yeah, we've covered a lot. There's been a bunch of Ubisoft games that have been up and at them on that panel. Some have shared news, some have just shown new gameplay, some have been recently announced. And let's talk through the schedule and kind of go through what we learned this week, because we've got a bit of a time until the Siege panel starts. And if I'm not mistaken, we are now streaming under Rainbow Six Siege, which means you're getting some Siege drops. So, y'all know how drops work, right? On Twitch. Here's how it works. You just got to watch the stream. That's it. No, it's not it. You have to link your Twitch and Ubisoft accounts. You do this one time. The way you do it is just Google, whatever search engine you're using, type in link Ubisoft Twitch accounts, and there will be a link. Usually I have a link I can paste, but you know, it's a different scenario than my usual live streams. So, link your Ubisoft and Twitch accounts. You only have to do it once. That's what's going to allow Twitch to be like, hey, this person watched for this long and got this reward, and Ubisoft to be like, got it. I will put it in their game. So you watch. Once you've watched for 30 minutes or whatever the required watch time is, Twitch will give you a little notification that says, hey, you earned a drop. You got to go click and redeem it, like claim it just on the drop screen, or even write in chat you can claim it. And then it will appear in your game. Not like instantaneously, but pretty quick. And it depends on the game, the pipeline, etc. But you will get it. You will get your free stuff. And what you're getting now is progress towards alpha packs for Rainbow Six Siege. So stick around and keep watching. We are going to talk. Why do I have the Wednesday schedule up? Good question. It's because we're going to talk through what we have learned this week about Ubisoft games. One second. What did we learn on Wednesday? We learned about the Player Council. PlayerCouncil.gg is a new initiative that Ubisoft. Sorry, this thing is pulling on my neck. I gotta get it situated. I think I'm good. PlayerCouncil.gg is a new initiative Ubisoft is launching where they have games that are working on new features or new modes, prototyping stuff, or their early builds for games. And they want you, if you want to be involved, if you want to like connect with folks on the dev team and kind of give your feedback and be involved in the development of these prototypes, playercouncil.gg, sign up. They'll match you with some stuff that you're interested in. Currently, they have going projects in Riders Republic, in Atomega, and two other prototypes called Codename Rook and Split Point. So, Atomega, you heard me mention that. That's a game that came out 9 years ago on Steam. It's like a first-person shooter where you start small, and over the course of the match, you grow bigger and bigger and bigger. You try to gain mass. You try to blast other folks who are doing the same. You try to not... You can like teleport away. There are power-ups. It's a very fast-paced, fun, unique concept for a first-person shooter, and it's available on Steam now, and we played a little bit of it, and it's really fun, and it's also part of that playercouncil.gg. We also have Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake up there. That was announced on Tuesday night, a remake of the classic Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It's going to be in 4K. It's going to have, you know, weather, like seasons. It's going to have... it has a 3D camera because they rebuilt it from the ground up in Snowdrop, and it's going to be coming to PlayStation, Xbox, Series X and S, and, of course, PC. Rayman Legends Retold is what we'll talk about. Well, that's on the next day. This was our first of 2 Division 2 panels. A lot of things happening in the Division 2. The Red Horizon season is live now. There are some Twitch drops going right now for the Division 2, so after you've got your Siege drops and you're hanging out with me, go on over to the Division 2 channel if you want to get some free Division 2 stuff for your Twitch drops. Crossplay, long awaited in the Division 2, is coming in November. Furthermore, the third DLC, Echoes of Central Park, they revealed the name. We know it's happening in Central Park. Now we know it's called Echoes of Central Park, and it's also happening in the Upper West Side. They showed some key art for that, new areas, darker tone, and a whole lot more to discover about that as the launch approaches. There's a showcase on September 25th, so if you want to learn more about the Division 2 and what's coming up, that is a good time. Division 2 also showcased Survivors, some short videos of like the snow tech that they're working on, this volumetric snow. I don't know if you all know, it's inspired by, it's sort of a spiritual successor to Survival DLC for the Division, where snow took over the city and it became an environmental hazard. You couldn't be out in the cold for long or you would freeze. You'd have to find a barrel that was on and light a fire to be warm. You'd have to find better cosmetic clothes to keep you warm so you could last longer. You'd have to find inside spaces to explore. It was an extraction game before extraction games were super popular. It was what introduced Hunters to the Division 2, and now Survivors is the spiritual successor. But from what Magnus, the creative director, and then we're talking about in the panel, they are expanding it significantly and doing a lot of fun stuff to increase the replayability, to deepen that kind of environmental immersion. And if you want to learn more about it, you can check the replay for that Division 2 panel. And the closed tests for it are coming. Another chance to sign up and get involved with the Division 2 if you're like interested in really engaging from a community perspective. The Elite Task Force is something that team has had going for a while, and they're opened up signups. So if you want to be sort of part of a deluxe focus group community ongoing project, the Elite Task Force, you can find that information on the Division 2's official website. We have to talk about Anno here in a sec, but let me check in with the chat and see if there were any questions here. Crossplay Division, that's right, it's coming. How do you know if you linked your account correctly, your Twitch and Ubisoft account? Well, then I think that you can, on your Ubisoft profile on like the Ubisoft site, I'm not 100% on this, but I think you can see your connected accounts, like when you've linked it to your Xbox account or your Steam account. I believe there's a connected accounts page, and I believe Twitch is included on that, so you can check that as part of your Ubisoft player profile. I'm pretty sure. Not 100%, I haven't checked it yet. Any news for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Tova? There's no news for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora other than it's part of the Gamescom sale on the Ubisoft store. There you can get a big discount on Frontiers of Pandora, maybe on the Fire and Ash expansion as well. I'm not sure, you'll have to check. But like these games in like the biggest Ubisoft games are discounted in, you know, from 30% up to 90% right now at the Ubisoft store. So if you're looking to pick up a new game this weekend, you got some time to kill after you watch this Siege panel that's coming up later. Check it out and see. Okay, any other questions right here? Is the giveaway draw for Shadows over? It is, Shadow. We had the giveaway draw, so good luck to all those winners. Do I have a Discord link for Tactics, Insomniac? You know, let me check. I think I don't see it here. Let me see if it's something that we can like easily Google. Discord. It might just be the Rainbow Six Discord, and they might have a Tactics channel. Rainbow Six Tactics. What happens if I search for that? Yeah, I would say just search Discord Rainbow Six Tactics. There's an Instagram post that pops up. There's a community dev blog. Ooh, closed test signups are open. Don't mind if I do. Okay, you can register to sign up for a Rainbow Six Tactics closed test, chat. You want to do that? I want to do that. All right, let's see. Hold on. I think I have the chat up over here, but I think I have it up over here also because I was trying to get some siege drops. Rainbow Six Tactics. No. All right, yes, I will be respectful. Here we go. We're multitasking. We're really figuring it out over here, chat. Okay. So there you go. Check it out. Go ahead and check out that link. Maybe there's a Discord. Link is there as well. You are welcome, Insomniac. Happy. Oh, yeah, Ubi Cairo, what's up with the Discord invite? Y'all haven't thanked a mod today. Please do. Thank you, mods. This whole operation has been dozens of hours of live streaming over the past couple of days, and the mods are part of who make it happen, and I'm super grateful for them, every single one. Now, let's keep the recap going. Let's go to Thursday. We talked mostly about Wednesday. Thursday kicked off with Anno. And what's the news from Anno 117 Pax Romana? Well, it's this. The Hippodrome DLC is out now. That's their second DLC. And it adds this massive marvel, the Hippodrome, which is where they do chariot races. And it's one of these things where you don't just like put it in your city and then you're like, that looks sick. I'm done. I'm just gonna reap in the benefits. You gotta like run races. You gotta like train charioteers. You gotta make this thing work and really kind of get some programming going. Of course, you can like automate it to some degree if it's like many things in Anno. There's ways to like, if you don't want to actively engage, for you it's a hassle, that they got solutions for you. But it's kind of fun to kind of put randos in there and be like, all right, let's see how you're gonna do the chariot race. But it's also fun to have like really good charioteers and you get some good benefits. Anyways. Hippodrome DLC is out now, as well as a couple other cool quality of life updates. Notably for me, the one where you can like just place a note in different places on the screen. I find that very helpful, like to plan. Echoes of Cassandra DLC. You see it here. You see Echoes of Cassandra. This is a cosmetic DLC for Anno 117, inspired by Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And so it's a nice mix of stuff that's like very overtly Odyssey themed, like a Cassandra avatar portrait and you know, the Adrestia skin for your flagship. But it's also stuff like make your housing kind of look like a Greek seaside village, which is a little bit more just beautiful and cosmetic and all vibes. So that's coming out on September 17th. And then Dawn of the Delta, a major DLC for Anno 117 that adds the province of Egyptus. That's what they call it in the game. It's like, you know, there's pyramids, there's the Delta, it's called Dawn of the Delta. It's a whole new province. So like Anno launched with Latium, the Roman heartland, with Albion, kind of the frontier of the, you know, the Isle, the Northern Isles. And then Egypt's coming. Egyptus is November. So Anno stuff is coming down the pipe. AC Origins vibe, yeah, Marauder, for sure. Okay, what else is happening? Rayman Legends Retold. This game was announced previous to Gamescom. However, at Opening Night Live, they showcased the Macarena level. Musical levels where you kind of like platforming in time with the beat were one of the many delightful aspects of Rayman Legends and Rayman Origins. And so, of course, for Rayman Legends Retold, this vibrant reimagining and kind of a 3D look and a new story for Rayman Legends, they've got the musical levels. So we played some Macarena, and what did we learn about Rayman Legends? Well, it's coming up October 1st. It's like a month away that Rayman Legends Retold will be out. It also comes with Rayman Origins Enhanced Edition, which is also a tremendous game. So you'll get a lot of Rayman goodness coming your way in just about a month. October 1st release date, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, PC, and Switch 2. That is where that one is landing. Rushboard, might we see a Cassandra character skin for R6 Tactics? Are there even a Cassandra character skin for Rainbow Six Siege? I know there's an Altair outfit for Flores. That thing is very visible, but also very cool. But if you want to check, if you wanted to like put that in a Discord, go ahead. Small Fries asking a question about Noor. You know, yeah, we are actually going to be talking about Noor. That's the new operator for Rainbow Six Siege that's launching next week. Oh my gosh, 5 minutes already? I have been yapping. I meant to show you like this nice big long video about Noor that has all their, has like a lot of tactics of Noor. But I have been talking, and so instead of showing that video and interrupting it, we're going to keep doing a little bit of our recap, and we can talk about some of the season reveal stuff that's coming. And you will, I believe, have a chance to ask that question. Let me just double check if they're doing Q&A during the community checkpoint. I mean, they are. How are they doing it is a good question. They're either going to be in the Twitch chat, or they're going to be doing it in the Slido links. They're going to be doing it with a link. So actually, if you want to ask that question, I'm going to put that in the Twitch chat right now, because I'm not a developer of Rainbow Six Tactics, but I know how you can put a question to them. Pro tip, if you want to increase the chance of your question being asked, please ask it in a respectful fashion, because some of y'all will be asking sassy questions, and like they're just not going to necessarily be able to do anything with that. So ask a good question in good faith, and hopefully you'll get an answer. That's the way to do it. So what else can I share with you in the next few minutes before we kick it into Rainbow Six Siege gear? Well, this was our schedule on Thursday. I just told you about the Division stuff. I covered both panels with that one. Crew Motorfest, they have some big moments coming soon, but what they talked about during that panel was some of the recent updates. They're changing the seasonal cadence, so there's going to be more content for y'all Crew Motorfesters to enjoy. Kai's Garage, a new playlist for exploration. I don't know if you've seen me live stream any game of Ubisoft's, but I'm like an exploration guy. I love to just take my time sometimes and soak in the vibes, explore the world. So there's a new playlist that does just that in the Crew Motorfest right now. Also, if you really want to I jotted this down with like an exclamation point, but it was kind of like a slightly alarm exclamation point, because for me, this seems very daunting, but they're putting in a race that's over an hour long. Like, you sign up, you join this race, you race for an hour around the open world of Hawaii. I don't know what the exact track is like, but you up for the challenge? Okay, so what else do we have? Heroes, we talked about Heroes. We talked about all these. Now let's look at Friday. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday, we saw some Rayman. Oh, that one was really fun. So if you're interested in Rayman, if you're a fan, this panel from Friday was like a breakdown of the cinematics and sort of the animation process. And so right from like the artist's original kind of drawings through the storyboard, through early CG concepts, they showed sort of building a scene. And I remarked on this yesterday, but it was really cool to see how the Rayman character is there right from the beginning. And so that's a fun one to check out if you are interested in Rayman. Morbid Metal had a showing yesterday as well. If you're not familiar with Morbid Metal, it's an amazing hack and slash roguelite action platformer, fast-paced. You shape-shift between these couple different warriors who have very different skills. The vibes are incredible. Definitely be sure to check that one out. And For Honor, Ranked Dominion starts next week, September 10th. Now, we turn our sights to Rainbow Six Siege because that is the next panel that's coming up. We've just had a Rainbow Six moment with the tactics previously, but this one is going to be all about Siege. What is a community checkpoint? You're about to find out, but what it is they really delve into a lot of topics. Not every single topic, every single time. They don't have all day. But they're going to get into some topics on the development of Rainbow Six Siege, the active development. What changes have they made recently? How are they going? What's coming in the future? What's about the new season? So if you have questions, I know you want to put them in the Twitch chat because you're here. And it's really helpful to just be able to type it into the Twitch chat. But in order for it to get to the developers and the moderators on stage live at Gamescom, you got to use the Slido link. I'm going to put it in the chat again, and I'm going to pin it for you so you know where to put your Siege questions. There it is. Up, 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 up. And now it's pinned at the top. That's where you're going to go ahead and put your fun Siege questions to pose to the Rainbow Six Siege developers who are live at Gamescom, just about ready to launch into their community checkpoint panel. I love these checkpoints because they are a moment of connectivity between the developers and the people who play the game. It's very heartwarming, it's very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you all are too. Let's head over to Cologne for Rainbow Six Siege community checkpoints.
Hey everyone, welcome to our 5th ever community checkpoint. We have the pleasure of being live from Gamescom today. Hope you guys are excited. Ready? All right, let's go. I'm, of course, John Spinarius, community developer here on Rainbow Six Siege, and I've got two amazing devs. You've already seen one. Peter was here before, of course, but Josh, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Yeah, for sure. I'm Joshua Mills, creative director of Rainbow Six Siege, and yeah, it's great to be here at Gamescom.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun, and I hope you got to see everything being offered up here. As far as what I do on Siege, I help provide the overall vision of where we're going to take the game and like how that works with other people on our team, like Peter. So he has to put up with me a lot. But generally speaking, it's to kind of set that vision for all our different disciplines.
Beautiful. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so thanks, John. Great to be here. Great to be surrounded by video game fans, Siege fans. Let's go. Yes, I am narrative director on Siege. I'm the narrative director on the Rainbow brand, and I'm also Joshua Mills' stun double at Gamescom. It's a little known fact about the creative director of Siege at Gamescom is he has to like jump through a lot of walls. So every fourth or fifth wall, I take over, and yeah, that's why we have the dress code. And John's there.
Yeah,
to help.
we've got our dress code here, bald and bearded.
Pretty
so
much.
We're good. All right. Look, as you guys, if you haven't seen the checkpoints before, what we like to do is like to cover topics that are interesting for the community or that are being brought up by our community, which is what we're going to try to do here today. But we got a lot of interesting topics to go over. We're going to go over the Siege universe as a whole, trying to tie into what we just discussed with tactics. We're going to go over a near-Nor deep dive, the new operator that just was announced and is coming in a week, I believe, or even less than that, actually. 4 new operators per year. We're going to discuss that and what that's going to mean for Siege, and then the vision for Siege in the years to come. But let's kick things off, Peter, here with the Siege universe. And as I mentioned, ties in with our discussion that happened on tactics, but let's flip the script here and talk more about how it impacted Siege. Was there anything that you took from that tactics collaboration and brought over to Siege?
I mean, absolutely. It was a big part of our conversation with the tactics team. And in case you haven't seen it online or in person, like go see that trailer. It's very hype. So yeah, we work closely with the tactics team because something that's really important for the Rainbow universe now is every story we tell, we want there to be synergy.
Yeah.
So there's first things first is every story on its own has to be amazing. So it can be your first experience in the Rainbow universe, and it'll hit hard. But then if you're paying attention to all the stories being told, yeah, you'll be treated to even more things there.
That's awesome. And yeah, I don't know if you covered everything you wanted to there, Peter, but I mean, is there...
I mean, I could give a few examples. Yes, and a core example are the Carries Legion, our villains. So villains are really important in the Rainbow universe and definitely help create like sense of stakes, drama. We have important characters, namely Bishop.
Yeah,
I mean, Rainbow's new 6. So Bishop is featured in both games. So the Bishop you see in Tactics is the Bishop you see in Siege. And this is so fun for us on Siege because it allows us to develop new characters we haven't seen before in the Siege context, but are still important in the universe.
And you can bring all those learnings from Tactics over to Siege, right, with Bishop, and building him up in that game, having experiences that you might not be able to showcase in Siege, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that was a big part of our talk, too, is like, what's the best timing?
Yeah.
How do we showcase this character? When do we showcase the character? It's so much fun to think about these things, to tell stories in this universe.
I mean, speaking of stories in the universe, is there room for other experiences to live within this Siege universe?
I mean, yeah, like the key in Siege for us is always operator first. So we want to tell strong stories around our operators. Nor is a great example. So yeah, we always have that in mind is how you can give a different entry point into a character. So our players experience it in-game. That's the first entry point, right? You hear the character's barks, you play, you get a feel for their gameplay. That's also storytelling in a way through that character. But we have trailers that we work on. We have bios. So making amazing, memorable characters is where it's at for us.
And I mean, speaking of those characters, will Tactics offer a unique perspective? We kind of touched on this before, but will it offer a unique perspective on the operators within Siege?
Yeah, and what's fun about Tactics is it gives you a different perspective into Rainbow than you get through Siege. So in Siege, you play as an operator, you play as an elite counter-terrorist. In Tactics, what we're able to do is you play also as the Rainbow operations staff. So the staff around Rainbow that OK missions, and I mean, the leader is 6, but we have other characters around that support 6 that aren't necessarily on the field, but equally important. So we don't have as much time to develop these characters on Siege because they're less relevant to our game, to our gameplay. But they can still play a big role, and we've teased a few. So if you're paying attention on Siege, you've already seen a few of these characters.
Yeah, just pay close attention to everything, guys. There's always little secrets that might be hidden in there. Before we get to our next topic, I want to remind you guys, if you have any questions, you can, if you're live here, you can scan the QR code to your right and enter it on Slido. You can also do it on Twitch if you're watching out there. You guys can enter those questions through Slido as well, or just ask them in the chat, and we'll try to track them down. And we will have live questions on the microphone if you guys are brave enough at the end to ask them live here at Gamescom. All right, let's continue. Deep dive into Nor now. We're going to start with I don't want to say a big question, but a question that I'm sure was asked a while ago to you and you were thinking about. How long have you been considering creating an operator specifically to counter shields?
Yeah, so as far as that goes, this has been on the mind even before we did our shield rework. So when we kind of amped up how shields work in the game and kind of brought them back to being something that could be relied on, because that was the big thing, is we wanted them to be part of the game because of the fact that in Siege, shields are something that kind of are in the very nature of what our operators can do. They have to take that ground. They have to kind of push through, and counter-terrorist units use them. So we wanted to make them present. Now, they're incredibly hard to do in a first-person shooter. So it's something that we didn't want to shy away from. We wanted to make that challenge our own and try to own it. But even at that stage, we had already been talking about, like, maybe we need more counters on the board, more systems on the board to kind of support this. So Nor has been a long time coming for a lot of reasons, especially with the meta, the way it's kind of shifted.
Towards
so he's here to answer the call.
Makes sense. Why don't we switch the lore aspect here of Nor and talk about his backstory. How did he end up in Rainbow?
Yeah, so one of the very fun things that we did with Nor that we were all so excited in the writer's room to talk about was to make Nor a child of Rainbow. So Nor's father, Gamal Murad, was featured in 2 previous Ubisoft games. So we wanted a character that had some sort of legacy. So, part of his backstory is Nor grew up traveling the world with his father, including being at Hereford Base as a kid, which is just awesome to contemplate. And then another side of Nor, of course, is his Egyptian heritage. And one thing that we really want to do well is portray that in a way that feels authentic. And thankfully, we had a lot of help on consultation, external and internal at Ubisoft. So he's part of Unit 777, which is the unit for counterterrorism in Egypt. But he also has some of those amazing traits that Egyptians are known for: the charisma, the sense of humor, and all that.
You kind of touched on it a little bit, but what was the thought process behind the creation of the character in terms of his origins? Excuse me.
Yeah, so we have this saying in narrative on Siege when we're working on stories is we always want to build for the future and enrich the past. So Nor is kind of an embodiment of that in that he represents this rainbow generations. So he's drawing from the past, his legacy as being the son of a former rainbow operator, but he's very much the present, right? That's right now is Siege, is these operators who are in our story. So he's representing a change of the guard in a way. And I mean, on Siege and at Ubisoft, actually at Ubisoft, we've been telling Rainbow stories, said this in the previous stream, for almost 30 years, right? There's a rich history to draw from. And on Siege itself, we have 78 characters, each one compelling in its own way. So definitely that idea of Rainbow Generations was core. And then the Egypt, we really want to go into that region for an operator in Middle East and North Africa. Because not only is there a rich sort of old history, but also, very short history too, very interesting angles to go get. For me, one big learning, talking with our consultants, was learning that in Egypt was basically considered the Hollywood of the Nile for a few decades in the 20th century. So a lot of the movies and culture that the Middle Eastern countries were consuming are coming out of Egypt. And that absolutely had an impact on Nor, because we realized, Nor has to have that kind of almost that star quality, that charisma, that presence when you play him.
Yeah, and he's bringing a lot of presence, right, in terms of his gameplay, which we'll switch to now. And Josh, I have a question for you. How powerful is Nor's launcher against shields?
Well, ultimately, it can be very powerful, especially if you're working as a team, because, I mean, at the end of the day, everything in Siege needs to have a power level that's kind of dialed in to have options to play around. That said, the moment of hesitation that we see when people are getting hit by the Horus Lance launcher, it's that fraction of a reaction is enough to just make you lose track of how you're going to be able to take that space and how you're going to be able to follow up against it. So it's a really kind of a big aspect of it is that moment of hesitation, and also to put a lot of folks who like to be solo shield operators, you're going to have a lot harder time if you're facing a Nor, because he's going to be able to shut you down or at least really make you have to push that ground and take a lot more risk on your side. So, yeah.
really, like, truly a hard counter to shields, I'd say, for the first time, right?
That's the thing. It's a hard counter. We don't necessarily like to do hard counters in the game because, again, it's about having, like, we talked about this before, action, reaction.
Yep.
And when you do a hard counter, it's like there's not much reaction. It's just kind of what it is. Of course, there is still a chance if you are playing your corners well, you can try to get the device off the shield before it deals damage. But you're immediately put on your back foot. You got to do something, or you got to have somebody to help you with it. And this is the kind of thing that kind of stops the flow of combat, and that's the big aspect of it. And that's why it's considered a hard counter. There's a small window for reaction, but you need to react. Like there's no option not to do something. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, and obviously it's great against shields, his launcher, but it's also multi-purpose. Was this your plan from the beginning, or did it arise as you were developing him to go in that direction?
So with every operator, especially with their primary gadget, the intent is never to have just a one-trick pony. They have to be able to fit into situations, even if like the core purpose that they're there for isn't applied. Good example is, and we've seen the conversation about it, if I choose Nor and I'm an attacker and I see Nor, I'm not bringing my shield.
Right.
Well, that's a pretty effective shield counter.
Yeah.
Like
no shields.
No shields. Sorry, Blitz, because Blitz is hanging out over here. But, at the end of the day, that works, but then the question is, now what's Nor going to do? Well, the device can still be used for area denial, like targeted area denial, because it's not your primary objective. It's very much secondary. Like you bring your Tachanka, you bring other folks to be able to take that area, like area denial a little bit more, like even a Goyo. But in this case, you have that option. You have essentially just more flexibility, and especially with the range, because you can hit stuff at much further range. Plant denial was definitely something we had talked about and wanted to have that functionality, and the vertical plant denial was always a lot of fun. Like getting underneath sight, and it's the same kind of situation. Granted, you got to be ready for it in order to get the timing right, but it's definitely a part of it.
And another element we saw, you know, obviously Nor's playable on the test server right now, and notice...
I know what you're going to ask.
Yeah, you do. Okay, good. But his wall denial was really strong when he was first released, and there was already an adjustment made. Can you talk about what happened there?
I can, yeah. Okay. So what he's referring to is the wall denial aspect of Nor. So I'm going to tell you a little story, because this is how it went down. So a couple weeks ago, I was at EWC, and I got the pleasure of being able to help with the reveal there, and that was super fun. After I got off the stage, I watched the rest of the tournament, and then I went back to the hotel room, as I do, and I start watching the videos of the reactions and seeing what everybody in the community thinks of what we just showed, and then seeing the videos of all our content creators. And I'm watching it, and I'm just like...
What's going on?
And then I started counting it out, and I'm like, 1, 2. I'm like, oh, something's wrong.
Yeah.
And I immediately messaged back to Montreal, and I was like, you need to look at that timer. I think the normalized timer is on the TS. It wasn't supposed to be that.
Right.
And I was like, what's going on? And then, sure enough, we found that out, where there was testing we had done where we had normalized the timer just from a UX point of view, because if there is, again, sorry, I got to fill in the context, the drill timer for when the device drills, a normalized timer was just so that it's easier to understand. If it's, say, 4 seconds universally, everyone gets it. But we knew from our testing that if we had it at that low, the window in order to do wall denial was wide enough that at the highest level, it almost became impossible to open the walls. Because, again, average folks, it's not going to be great for wall denial, but when you get to those higher tiers, it becomes a serious issue. And we always try to balance with competitive in mind, because we've talked about this. Competitive is in our DNA, so we have to hit at that level. And the intent was not wall denial, but wall delay is perfectly fine as another secondary feature to the fact that he's the shield hard counter.
Yeah, so it's not like double 2 primary counters, essentially.
No, it was terrifying.
Yeah, it was a lot.
I saw the memes like he was Thanos. Yeah. It was, accurate.
Cool. I mean, look, he's still a powerful operator, regardless, right? Is there a risk you feel that he'll be insta-banned potentially in the future and he'll always be targeted?
Honestly, we'll have to wait and see on the reaction of it and how people play, because I think he's going to really serve a very specific part of the ranked community as far as that comfort. Because if you have a really high-level shield player, they're going to learn how to play against him and play around him and stuff. But you've got double barrel. So if you attach one to the shield, you can hit the next one for area denial. So again, you can slow the things down here. But generally speaking, at the highest levels, there's usually a gun behind that shield too, which is the proper way to kind of run it. But again, solo shield players that are running around, they're going to feel that pain a lot more. But at the end of the day, if that's happening and that's changing up, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you ban Nor, I know what you're about to do.
Yeah.
And we do have plenty of other kind of counters out there, or other options there, but they're just a little more advanced.
Well, it takes away those other insta-bans that were there before, so it opens up a ton of possibilities that people have to be ready for.
That's always the exciting part, because if we can change what a ban is, like whatever the comfort ban that everybody's running, that changes the entire season essentially, because you're going to experience a whole new lineup for the rest of the matches as that kind of permutates throughout the rest of the community.
Cool. I mean, look, is there a chance, though, that you'll introduce another shield, hard counter shield player in the future, or operator, I should say, or is Nor the only one we're going to get?
So I think, like kind of like I mentioned, we don't want to go like super heavy on hard counters straight up. If Nor, let's say he's not delivering the way we want him to, we'll pull him further into that role. Like that's the objective, so that he's your guy for this job. And of course, that secondary function is going to be there. But at the end of the day, having too many operators that can snuff out an entire gameplay strategy, it's not what you want. Again, you need that give and take, and you need the pros and cons that come with it.
Cool. Yeah, I think that wraps up our discussion on Nor. Again, guys, if you have questions, submit them through Slido in person and in the Twitch chat as well. And we're going to have live questions from the event as well. Moving on to 4 operators per year. Look, this is something that we announced at SI. It's an exciting shift in terms of the content distribution that's going to be coming through in year 12. Why was the decision made to go with this approach? Or go back to it, I should say.
Because it's awesome? No.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is.
No. The reality is, obviously, the community was really adamant about wanting more operators, and I think that's fair because of what they can do to the meta, and they can really shift the game. And it's one of the most exciting parts of a new season is when a new operator drops, you get to learn everything that Peter was talking about them, how they fit into the world of Rainbow, but also what are they going to do to shake up the whole situation that's out there. So being able to do this is something we want to do. We have a ridiculous amount of ideas for ops, essentially. So going back to it was a very natural move. And to be honest, coming out of Siege X, where we had a lot of extra effort building things in the background and stuff like this, we're able to kind of readjust our resources and then try to change that up and drive back to delivering more ops.
And I mean, obviously, it takes a lot of time to develop these operators. How far in advance do you need to think about a new operator, or how long does it take to create one from both perspectives? Let's start with from a narrative perspective.
Yeah, that's a great question. From narrative perspective, the first thing we think about with any operator, because it's also the first thing we announce, is their nation of origin. So we're always brainstorming new nations and thinking about what are the opportunities with that.
Right.
So we come up with a bunch of options, and then my role is to validate it with Josh, and Josh himself validates with the core team. So we figure out exactly where we're going, and then we start developing. So one of the first things we learn on narrative in Siege is to know when to say, I don't know, especially when it comes to exploring different cultures. It's a really important part because we want really to nail our new operators. And I talked a bit about like what it meant for Nor to come from an Egyptian heritage. So we're really lucky to have like amazing external and internal consultants who helped us nail down those details. But yeah, it can really depend from group to group within Siege. And Josh, if you don't mind saying this, but us creative cats, we can be an unruly bunch. We have an amazing production team that keeps us well synced. Make sure that gameplay works with narrative, works with art, works with audio, and everything's aligned. And I'm missing a bunch of teams that work on every operator.
Of course.
So yeah, every team kind of has their own timeline, and we meet at certain key milestones to bring the operator together.
And how about you, Josh?
Well, I had the opportunity to actually kind of answer this question earlier today, and something we're doing here at Gamescom. And ultimately, it depends. Because it depends on a lot of factors, like, for example, Scopos. Scopos was the example I gave earlier, where they took us over 2 years to make because of the fact that there was such a technical constraint of adding an additional operator to the board. For those who don't know, Scopos is the operator that essentially allows you to teleport in Siege. That was our kind of way to rationalize it. But that's a big technical hurdle for us to be able to add an extra player on the field, essentially. So it was something we really wanted to do. We thought the gameplay was really incredibly fun, so we pushed for it. But it took that time to do. On top of that, operators like Solid Snake, we're working with a partner to make sure we get that right. So there's a lot of collaboration that comes in, like more so than us talking all the time, but we got to talk to our partner. And even in the course, like it was with Konami, where it was like an amazing collaboration that went really smoothly, it's still that extra overhead of making sure you're doing it right because you want to do justice to the character that you're working with. So it really does depend on like the objectives that are being set and the conditions that or the criteria that we're putting around the operator.
Yeah, and in terms of doing it justice, I think the region they hail from is also really important. I mean, we talked about it already with Noor and Egypt, but what are the determining factors in choosing the region an operator hails from?
John, one of the things that drew me to Siege or got me so hyped to be on this project is it has this underlying aspirational message where, if you want to save the world, you got to work together. There's no just one hero that saves the day. It's a team thing.
Yeah.
So how that plays into your question is we're always looking towards new countries. We have an amazing community worldwide that come from all over the world. And we love it when our community can identify with our operators. They see people that are like, you know what, I love this operator. And we have 78 operators now, and everybody has a different favorite. So that's something that always comes to mind. But of course, when we're weighing where to go next, novelty isn't the only thing we look for. We're also, really asking, is this the best opportunity for Siege at this moment? And can we pull this off, right? We mentioned consultants. We mentioned a lot of other components. So we're really making sure that we've got everything we need to do justice to that country. And we also want to listen to our community. Like that's part of the DNA.
That's why we're here.
It's why we're here. Exactly. It's something Josh does a lot and that we all say on our community. And we have such a big team, and everybody on this team loves Siege, and everybody wants to do justice to the community, so that's a big part of how we decide where to go next.
Speaking of deciding where to go next, and I don't know how much you'll be able to tell us, but are there any aspects of the meta that you're specifically looking to shake up with a new operator in year 12, Josh?
In year 12?
In year 12.
Okay. Just to be clear, we're just about to be at year 11, season 3,
Yes.
so year 12. Operator-wise, yeah, there is. I'm dancing around it because I want to make. Basically, we're looking at a lot more squad play, really enhancing the teamwork and kind of like leaning into that and helping people get into that kind of mindset. Outside of that, though, there are crazy wild changes, not just operator related, that are coming.
Okay. Maybe we'll get into more specifics into year 12 then.
I
All right.
am so hyped for year 12. I got to say that out loud. This is going to be a good year.
Okay, we got a little bit of a tease at least, but it's going to be fun, guys. It's going to be fun once we get there. Last question on this topic. Are you planning on releasing any cosplay guides or templates for the upcoming operators? I don't know if any of the cosplayers here would appreciate that. Yeah? You guys want that? No? Yeah? Let's go. All right. Yes. Are you guys able to do that?
So we should do that.
Yeah, it's kind of on me, actually. I'm asking them, but it is kind of community related. So yeah. I mean, we're obviously going to be trying to do that going into year 12, making guides, showing you specific kind of details into the uniforms and everything that goes into the materials, the colors, all of that. Hopefully we can do that. Obviously, we're going to work with you, Josh, to make that happen. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, we're more than happy to provide that stuff.
Yeah.
We're lucky to have Eric here as well with us.
Yeah, he's not in the room, but he's here at Gamescom.
Yeah, he's here.
He's here in spirit too.
Yeah. But being able to get all those resources and get it up for everyone, even for operators that are already out, I think that'd be great, so that everything's available and we can push that forward. Because I had people asking me about that today. So.
Oh really?
Yes.
Cool.
Coming up and asking.
Let's go.
I think just like everything else in Siege, when you tell us what you're looking for and what you need, it's definitely something we consider and we try to deliver. So, yeah.
All right. Very cool. Yeah, so we'll get on that for you guys for sure. Let's move on to our next topic. Again, I'm going to remind you guys once more, questions over there, scan the Slido QR code if you're here at Gamescom, and if you're on Twitch, you can click on the link and ask the questions there. All right, let's move on. Vision for Siege and the years to come. How do you see, this question for both of you, we'll start with Josh though, how do you see Siege evolving in the next few years?
I think one of the biggest things that we're doing right now is our focus on that new cadence. So for those who have been experiencing year 11, we have much more balancing updates that are happening in the game.
Yep.
We have a big focus on making sure our mid-season has more activity going on in there, because 3 months may seem not like a long time, but the high stress of Siege, we need new things to kind of like shake it up and keep everything fresh for us. So we're looking at new ways to do that and kind of push that. But by the end of year 11, we'll have officially completed our full kind of actually year 11 season 3 is the first time that we're doing the full scope of what that new cadence is, because we'll have our targeted map update.
That's right.
So
yes,
that's pretty great. And then moving into year 12, we have a new operator every season. So again, that's that full structure in place. Outside of that, once this is kind of coming online, there will be a big focus on like core systemic systems in the game to make sure they're updated and being improved for a bunch of different reasons. And I don't want to give all that away, but
you can. No, maybe you shouldn't.
I can, but I don't know if I'll make it home. But, no. The reality is like there's a lot that we're working on in the back end to kind of build and make sure it's going. But ultimately, we're going to be doing all of this incrementally and with our community. So if I look at like a lot of how we handled different things in the past, we held big packages and then kind of dropped them. We're going to be like far more iterative as we move forward, just to make sure that we're making the right calls as we go. But yeah, that's a big focus on it.
Okay, cool. And what about you, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, Josh said it really well. Where we want to focus in on what we're really good at, and I guess on the narrative side, the most exciting development coming up in year 12 and beyond is the 4 operators a season, right? Because the heroes are so memorable. You know, before I ever joined Siege, like the characters popped, and it was really exciting to be able to continue their stories, create new stories around characters. So that's definitely something we keep in mind with every new character we introduce is how can we make it special, how can we make them pop, and how can we make sure that they really serve the game in the best possible way. So really exciting to see like, you know, everything that's been happening in year 11 and what's to come on that point.
Cool. And like speaking of excitement, what is one element of Siege that you would love to enhance? It's actually a question for both of you again, but Josh, you first.
Okay. So this isn't confirming anything. I want to be clear about that.
Nothing confirmed. Just what you're. Yeah.
Like, and it's kind of funny because, like, I mean, I'm very Canadian, which means for me to be kind of someone who's like a bit of a gun nut is a bit weird for us. But the reality is, I really love looking at the gunplay of the game and finding ways to enhance it. And I'll call out our animation director on game. I've seen some really cool prototypes that he's done of advancements in our just basic gunplay. And it's super, super cool. It's super, like, it would be dramatically changing different things. So not necessarily something we'll pursue right out of the gate or whatnot. But that stuff really excites me as far as, like, how the weapons work, how, like, they feel the weight of them. Obviously, the sound, like Adam is doing all the stuff like that. Like, all that stuff matters so much. And it really enhances that moment to moment. So if I could do anything, I'd be really messing around with that stuff. But that's fundamental. That's like your basic bread and butter of the game. So you have to be very careful about how you move through updating systems like that. But yeah, that'd be the answer.
It's funny you say it's rare for Canadians, but I'm the same way about it. Like, I love the sounds, I love the weight of the guns, everything that you just described. I'm passionate about too. So we got 2 people here, not just one. Just to be clear. All right, Peter, what about you?
I mean, I kind of got treated to what my request would have been, which is a shield counter. So, because my normal reaction as a noob on Siege is to run away whenever I see a shield, and now I finally feel confident enough to face the shield down. So let's go. Let's get Nora in the action.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Next up, what will 1v1 and 3v3 have been really successful game modes. Let's say 1v1 first, and 3v3 is coming. But will 1v1 and 3v3 arcade game modes become more of a mainstay in Siege moving forward?
Well, kind of like what I mentioned, we're being very iterative with some of the stuff we're bringing to the game, and 1v1's a good example.
Yeah.
We put up the playlist, we saw the reaction, people showed up, they really had a good time, gave us that feedback.
Yep.
We iterated and brought out the next version of it. As long as the interest is there and the community is responding to it, we will continue to invest in it. And so there are a lot of big plans coming for both of those modes, because we're already pretty confident in the 3v3, which is coming out this season.
Yep.
But we want to make sure, we push those things to the next level and keep investing if the players are engaging with it. So yeah, big plans in the future.
I mean, speaking of game modes, though, are there any other game modes you're looking at creating or maybe bringing back?
Well, I mean, we mentioned the hostage rework.
Yes.
At the 6th Invitational. I think hostage and like secure area, if you look at those are kind of staples in Siege. They've been there since the get-go. And by the very nature of like hostage, from a narrative point of view, from just like a thematic point of view, it's kind of key even though it's not necessarily our leading mode like bomb is. But being able to enhance those and make those work in 2026 and beyond and stuff, like this is the thing that we want to do, and we want to make sure that there's lots of options to play and lots of options to experience the kind of the change up that can happen. Because if you're playing Hostage, you're playing a very different strategy than you do for bomb. As in, you're not bringing Fuse. Like that's a pretty good option, but that's kind of the way we look at it. We want to make sure that that offer is up to date and there for people to enjoy.
I remember seeing one of the first trailers that came out for Siege, which featured Hostage, and it's what got me excited about it. I was like, I love that scenario. So for me, it's really cool seeing it come back, or well, eventually come back. I'm excited to play that. But is there anything changing moving forward in Season 4?
Yes.
That's it? Okay. So that's all we're going to get. Nothing? All right. Well, something will...
Very weighted, yes.
Yes, very, very weighted. There's a lot behind it for sure. Okay, let's move on. This one actually, well, I don't know if you're going to be able to say anything, but are there any other surprises in store?
I mean, John, poor Josh has to listen to me and Emily Besson, our realization director, pitch so many ideas. I think we may be responsible for a few of the gray hairs in his beard, and he's always very gracious in listening. So once in a while, the stars align, and I mean, this is Gamescom. It's a special event. Can we tease maybe something that's coming up in the next couple of years on the narrative, Josh?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
This is great, because now if I say yes, it's my fault anyway. So.
Exactly. Let's move on. So listen, I'm saying this in a very specific way on the lore front. So before the beginning of year 14, a playable Rainbow Operator will die. Before the beginning of year 14, a playable Rainbow Operator will die.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
It's quite a bombshell. Wow, that's going to be interesting. I'll let you guys workshop that and think about who exactly will be the target, but could be someone now, could be someone in the future, who knows. But yeah, that's all the main topics we have to discuss for this show. But well, like I said, we've got questions. I've got to look at them here in the chat, but we also got live questions coming up. So we're going to go around. If you have a question in the actual studio, just raise your hand and we'll go to you. So if we can, get that microphone over. Whoever's going to be bringing it, please have it ready, and we'll ask those questions live here in the studio. And I will open up my iPad and see if I have any questions on my side. Do we have? Well, we're going to get to you guys. We'll ask the questions. Go ahead. If you want to ask them now, we can start with that for sure.
Considering what you're doing with tactics specifically, what is going to be the extent, sort of, of the lore impacts of each other, if there are going to be any? Because especially with like Extraction was this completely spun off thing that was separate, but now it is just mainline, as it were.
Yeah, that was a key consideration when Tactics was in its early stages of development, and kind of a key consideration in all things Rainbow moving forward is first off, we want each story we tell to be sort of easy if it's your first ever experience, right? So if you're playing Tactics and that's the first Rainbow thing you've ever played, you'll understand what's happening, you'll enjoy it, it'll have its own dramatic story. And same thing for Siege. So if you're engaging with Siege for the first time, encountering an operator, you get to know them, and it's your entry point there. And what we really want to do is make sure that both stories aligned and we're considered canon. So if you play both, you might have an extra thing that you would not have if you're just playing one game or the other. So both stories align, everything that happens is canon.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, let's go to a submitted question through Slido. Are you planning to ever add PvE content back to Siege?
It's a really good question.
Yeah.
So fundamentally, like as many know, like T-Hunt had to be removed from the game when we were revamping the AI system. Like we moved to machine learning AI, which is why they're able to do a lot more than what anything could be done in T-Hunt. As in, like they can reinforce, they can use gadgets and all this stuff. And then even with like Clearhouse and setting it up, we're pushing into new aspects of this and taking that AI further. But as all of those systems mature, it opens up a lot of new options for us. So again, I'm not going to confirm it outright, but the reality is there was a fundamental work that had to be done, and we just took that stand. It was a hard Band-Aid to rip off, to be honest, because many of us like came into the game playing T-Hunt, and like it holds a special place in our heart. So the ultimate goal is that we have more and more functionality when it comes to our AI.
And next question here is, okay, well, related to balancing, Josh, so another one for you. I understand nerfing DMRs, but why not nerf the TCSG also? Okay.
So, about this, honestly, what it is we stage out some of the balancing, and now that we have 4 balancing patches essentially every season, like we have season launch, point 1, point 2, point 3, we are able to be more reactive within the season. But it allows us to get clean data between each one of them. So that's one of the aspects we're doing when we're making some of these changes. Like, we know there are critical kind of requests and situations in the game, but we want to see that measurable data change that's happening there so that we can continue to make sure we're making the proper educated decisions and not kind of going off on a whim. And that's one of the key reasons why we are spacing certain things out.
Next up is, are there any plans to do another collab with other Ubisoft games, such as The Division 2? Maybe both of you can touch on that.
You can go on that.
Thanks, man. Listen, we always have our eyes and ears open, but what we always prioritize is making sure that every feature we launch, every new operator hits hard for Siege, and then our team is so passionate about all these other games. Like Josh mentioned, the collab with Konami for Solid Snake.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, some people on our team just knew everything from A to Z about Snake, and it made things so exciting, so entertaining. So we're open to new ideas. We just want to make sure that it hits hard and delivers what our players expect.
Yeah, and I think ultimately if we're going to do a collab like that, again, like if we look at Solid Snake, it's Solid Snake in the Rainbow Six universe, and with like the kind of caveats that change that a little bit, it'd be the same sort of aspect of how we go forward to it. And I think we're really privileged in the fact with Ubisoft having so many great titles to work with. Like, I mean, what you can't see on stream is there's this big banner of a whole bunch of the titles that are being shown at Gamescom.
So much.
I don't know about you, but it has been really cool to see it. And there's a giant Rayman over there, so I don't know if we can bring him. No.
Oh well, I don't know if that fits in.
I think there are good fits within the Ubisoft catalog that could be really exciting for us to do.
Again, guys, raise your hands if you have questions live. I think I see one over here. Why don't we go with that next? Getting that microphone over. Oh, needs to be turned on, and we're good. All right, go ahead.
To a lot of mobile players, it has been amazing that finally Siege is available for phones. And except for me, I don't have the money for a console or a PC. How will Siege move forward on mobile, especially considering we have around like 30 operators from the existing ones? And it's kind of sad to see, because I was like, oh yeah, I can play my favorite characters. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's a bit limited, but it's still very much fun. And I'm happy to finally experience Siege the way others have been for years.
I think ultimately, like, so the Siege team, like the Siege mobile team, is a different team, but we do get to work with them closely and like kind of help them. And they are ridiculously hard workers, and they are constantly pushing for like more updates coming to the game. If I talk about our cadence of how fast we update, we're not even close to how fast they're going, which is wild. And so there is a hunger to make sure that they are delivering content to their players. And I don't want to necessarily speak for them, but I can tell you that to speak to the character of the people working behind it, they're ridiculously hardworking, and they are trying to provide as much as they can, as fast as they can, to people engaged in the game. So yeah, thanks.
Cool. Any other questions here, guys? We got one over here. Let's move over on that side. And also, I got a lock coming. Oh, go ahead.
Again, like maybe with that camera you saw, she's got black ice, like on her gun. She's rocking a black ice.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's an awesome skin. Yeah. Well, maybe we can pan over to it.
My question would be, is there something planned for Mirror, because she has like a 90% ban rate right now?
Yeah, Mira. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Like
good question.
It is a great question, because she has always been a bit of a I can't say thorn in your side, because we have thorns, so it gets weird when we start making comments like this. But ultimately, she's a well-known problem, and she keeps me up at night, because I like mostly from trauma. Like I walk around a corner, I see that mirror. and then that's it. It's game over. There are things we're working on, and we've been looking at and prototyping and testing. Some of which I literally saw just before EWC. So there's plenty of stuff looking at it. But again, like that pain point is very well recognized. So yeah.
All right. Any other questions, guys? Come on now. Oh, we got one over here. I recognize him.
We can't trust him. Yeah.
We're going to get over to Andarn in the crowd. Hey.
Hi, John. Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. As you all know, we have an incredibly diverse creative community, not least of all the cosplayers who go to every single event. When you guys are concepting a character or just about to launch it, how hyped are you to see the community, your community, bring those characters to life? Not just for you, not just for the people who design and make the characters for the game, but for everyone else who gets to enjoy Rainbow in a certain way.
Wow.
I mean, this is my first Gamescom ever. And I think when I got to the Ubisoft booth, first of all, I was like giant Rayman. I've never seen a Rayman that big in my life. But then right below, you have the 6 logo. And I've seen online a ton of cosplayers. I've seen like such a talented community. And I think I saw you in Sledge, and I saw other operators there, and it just brought everything to life. It actualizes it all, and that passion is so it's so amazing to witness, and it adds to our motivation. I think on the prod team, like we want to do justice to this community. We want to keep delivering. So basically, thank you. Thank you for everything you do, and it really helps bring to life the game and everything in it.
Yeah, and like I'll second that. Like the fact is, like we pine over every detail of these operators, like everything, whether like what kind of material it is it a hex pattern on there or whatever. But then when you see it in real life, and again, I'm pointing to a bunch of people that maybe you can't see on stream, but when you see it in real life and you see that exact same attention to detail being applied, like it's surreal because it shows a level of commitment and care that you just like. In most cases, you're not so much a stranger anymore, but like with strangers, like passionate about the work you're doing and stuff like this, and it's it's incredible. Like I'm always awestruck. Like whenever I get to see this, and it's a level of commitment, and we love what we love, and you just showcase it and wear it on your sleeve, or in Bandit Elite's case, no sleeve, but you get the idea.
No, it's and I third that, of course. I love the cosplays. You guys do an amazing job. The passion that's shown for it is unbelievable, and we get to see some really cool stuff. And I mean, you guys will see it on stream probably. We've got some amazing cosplayers in our community. So thank you for the question, Andarn. Appreciate that. We're gonna go back to the Slido questions. We have a lot, folks, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get through them all. We're going to do our best. We're going to come back to live questions in the studio in just a little bit. But going back to the Slido, this is an interesting one. I feel like you'll figure it out as you play the game. But still, speaking of Noor, how much damage does the Horus Lance do if you don't remove the gadget on time as a shield operator?
Oh. What do you mean on time? Because it can be fatal very quickly. Yeah. So it's fire tick damage. It's similar to standing in front of one of the pipes, essentially, the destructible ingredients. That's the way to look at it. Like you take tick damage with fire.
Yes.
And it hits really fast. So it's important. Like even if you're a little late getting it, you could lose up to half your health like within that time, and then try to cancel it out by breaking the gadget off. It's meant to be very punishing if you hesitate, but at the same time, if you immediately go for it, you're exposing yourself to the gunfire and the follow-up that can be there. So it's a momentum stopper. So you may need to make those decisions very quickly because you're going to put yourself at a big disadvantage. And then let's say you do take half the damage.
Right.
Well, now your feet, which is usually the target people aim for shields, that becomes a even more viable.
Big target.
So, yeah.
Cool. Next up is this interesting. Will Tactics have some crossover in-game rewards with Siege? I don't know if you can answer this, but will there be will you get a drop perhaps for Siege? You play Tactics and vice versa.
I don't think we can confirm anything
Obviously,
yet, but it's definitely been something we've talked about.
I love how I just left you at the dry for that one. I was just like, I'm not going to say anything.
That's what the stun double is for. That's
cool. Let's see. Oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through everything here. This is a curious one. I find it interesting, so I'm going to ask it.
will there be operators that are people that are in real life, like actual special ops, I guess?
It's not in the plans, and quite honestly, it's because I mean it depends, I guess, the question and where the question is coming from. Is it, do we dramatize an actor and use their likeness versus do we dramatize an actual special ops or emergency response operator?
Right.
And sometimes those would be incredibly tricky for safety and legal reasons. So I think also one of the pillars of our game is realistic but not real. So I think it's more important for us to create characters that feel real, that feel authentic, and that players can project themselves in. And the rest is kind of a bonus, the source of inspiration, whether that's the squad they come from, real life or whatever. I think our realm is really fiction, That's the Clancy legacy, where it's like, you feel like it's part of the real world, but it's all fictional characters and stories.
I think that's...
And I think ultimately what makes this kind of even better, like when we have an operator that is representing a unit, we get to represent the entire unit by putting them in and not like tying them down to someone who's real. Like you said, there are a lot of security issues and stuff like that with doing something like this. But ultimately, we pay a homage to a lot of the source material that we play from, and there's a lot of respect because I mean, this, as much as we're grounded and real, but a little over the top. It's all based on people who do a lot of really difficult things to make everything safer for us. So we want to respect that and just allow people to again identify as the operators that they're playing as.
Cool. Back to questions on maps. Actually, will unranked maps such as House, Stadium, and Bravo and Tower come back to ranked?
Come back to ranked?
Yeah, that's what they're asking.
So there are pretty strict conditions to go into the rank pool these days, as far as that goes, and we are always looking at different ways in which we can make sure that the content that's offered in the game is available to everybody. But one of the key aspects is all the pro maps are always going to be available, and even the rotation that we've been doing, we're debating this right now. This is something we're talking about, or whether we want to continue to pursue that in the same way. So. I don't want to. I never say never when we talk about stuff, but there is fundamental kind of checks and expectations that have to be met for them to cross that line. Just like that, they have to be met to cross the line into Pro League. So there's kind of requirements for each.
Okay. I want to go back to the live questions, but before we do, there's another map-related question. I just want to connect to that one. Are we ever going to get Hereford back as a map? I really miss it.
How long is it going to take? What's going on with that? So I just said never say never, but
okay.
Who knows? We'll see what we do.
Okay.
Spicy questions in this chat.
Yeah, no, I mean, they got some good questions. I got to ask them. So, but yeah, guys, any live questions? Let's go back to that. Raise your hand. Oh, we got one already. Let's go. Kudos. Yeah, we got kudos in the crowd. We're getting it, guys. Don't worry.
Hello, hi.
Hey.
So we got modernized maps with SiegeX, and we're almost at the end of the cycle of all the maps being officially modernized. Season 3, we're getting Stadium and House and everything like that. And within the next few seasons, we're probably going to be done with modernizations. And one of the big things that came with them are the environmental ingredients. Now that we have targeted map updates and modernizations are going to be finished, are we going to maybe see more, ingredients like that implemented into the game?
So what I can say on that is there are actually a lot of prototypes that you've never seen. So that was the reality, is we made a lot of different things, and then we had to scope according to what we could actually ship for SiegeX, and then continue to produce for going into modernizing the maps. We have a lot of ideas on the table for this, of what we can take in the next level, because when we introduced them, it wasn't a one and done sort of thing, and nothing in Siege really is, but that's the systemic nature of the game. It's very modular. If we add something else in, whether it be a new ingredient, it can shift a map in a big way and open up new plays. I don't know if everybody here watches Pro League and stuff, but when I get super jazzed when I see them used and utilized in really clutch moments, because it just feels so good, because again, you have Team A, Team B, attackers and defenders, and then you have this new player on the field, which is the map, which has always been there with destruction, but it takes it to the next level. So we're not done with this sort of thing, but as with the ones that we added, it was very deliberate, very carefully put in, and highly tested, and we learned a lot from it. So, again, we'll see what the future holds.
Oh. Thanks, Kudos. Appreciate it. Oh, we got another one here. Go ahead. Oh, we got two. We'll get to you.
Yeah, thank you. My question is regarding the sound of the game.
Oh,
and it's exactly about the positioning of the sound, because right now we're feeling all the time the problem when you have the hole in the window or in the wall. You can hear what is going on outside of the map, but what is going on like in absolutely other corner of the map, like not exactly like where is supposed to be.
So
Is
directional,
there
I
any
guess.
plans to like make in the near future changes to the sound system?
Well, I can say that we're constantly refining the sound after the big update, because in CGX when we did the big sound overhaul, it was like it was a huge change, especially if you had been playing for years, because you had gotten accustomed to how that sound worked. As we moved towards what we have now, there are a couple key factors that are like kind of giving away the sound location. So there's the way it used to work, where sound bounces around and it'll come through doorways or breaches and stuff like this. That is how our sound profile used to work in the past too. But the secondary level of it now is there's direct feedback that's being sent straight to the wall to give, or like the walls or the surfaces, to give you an understanding of something's right behind there, because you're going to hear this, and then verticality. So if someone's above you, you actually have different tones than you do from below, and they're deliberate. So all these factors coming in do kind of like require a remapping of what this sounds like to you and kind of push it through. We're constantly evolving this stuff and constantly improving it. So if there are like things that don't look right or sounds wrong, like we're looking at these things and constantly pushing it further. So with Siege, with everything, like we're never done. We constantly want to make it better and more, improve it, and find any issues that are there. So you can expect just more improvements overall.
Yeah, I think it kind of ties into what we were talking about before, Josh. You know, looking at the different systems and seeing the way we can improve them. It's ongoing at all times, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if everyone here knows this, but like in every given season, there's a 20% that every single cell, essentially, like the way the structure of the team is, it's dedicated to the health of the game. So that means you can submit a whole bunch of stuff to the game for the season, which is awesome. But 20% of your scheduled time on Siege has to be dedicated to health, whether that means, if audio, doing some work on the health side of things, fixing bugs, cleaning up stuff, making things a little bit tighter, maybe quality of life. It doesn't matter, but it depends on what you're doing. And that's a key aspect. We're really, really, really adamant about never cutting into that. And anytime something comes up where it's like, oh, we need more time to do something, that is not where we cut. We'll be like, okay, this feature, maybe we're going to have to move it to the next season so we can preserve the health. Because if we don't do that, things will go wild really quick, because if we look at Siege, it's super complicated. So things can it can spiral if you don't stay on top of it.
Cool. Good question. Thank you. And I think we had another question here, right? Yeah, and we have one here too? Yeah? Okay. Cool.
Hi. Kudos already spoke about more environmental ingredients already. You spoke about a lot of the prototypes that we've never seen. Could you maybe talk about some of, for example, the testing ground stuff that you may or may not have planned that is coming up? I know the half reinforced stuff is this season, like next season, I think. One of the two.
I actually don't remember which one it is.
I can't help out either. I can't. I don't know the exact date.
This season's packed with a lot of stuff
Yeah,
going on.
it's soon.
But half reinforcements is the next testing ground.
Yes.
So for those who haven't seen it, the reinforcements that you all have come to know, just being able to set them half, and when you do this, it automatically destroys the top, so it makes it nice and clean and open. It's super aggressive, which is obvious if you're doing this on external walls and stuff like that. You're asking for trouble one way or another, and it delivers. So we'll put that out there, and that one is the second one. The first one we did was the speed and armor, which we haven't really talked about too much, because we've been kind of working with all the feedback that we got from that, and building to what the next iteration of that is, which we'll be talking about a little bit in the future. So as far as that goes, this process is still really important to us. So definitely check out the half reinforcements, and I'm totally not leaking anything that's coming afterwards.
Thank you.
Cool. Next question right over here.
This might be more like an interesting question. Did you ever have the idea to create mini bandits I don't know if anyone else experienced this. With the new season, there's 3 bans. Mira gets banned, Bandit, and then Kaid. Did you have an idea to create a small one as a secondary gadget, such as you did with Thatcher, right? You reworked Thatcher and you created a small gadget you can disable. Did you ever had this idea before?
Oh, okay.
Not the idea, but you can.
Thank you for the question. What do you think, Josh?
I'm trying to think about how to navigate this one.
Yeah.
Because it's a good question.
It is. It is.
At the end of the day, screw it. Yeah, we've definitely looked at things like this, and it's been something we investigated because of that exact thing. We want to make sure that wall denial can have opportunity, and that you don't just get those straight bans. Like Bandit gone, walls getting open unless tubs or now Nor can slow it down with just essentially wall delay instead of denial. This has been something we've looked at, but it's wild because the tipping point for overpowered when it comes to wall denial is so small. And you can go from, we can get every wall open, or we're going to struggle a little bit, we're going to go back and forth with utility, or I have to spend a truckload of utility to get this wall open. And it can be really, really fatiguing. And it swings the meta in a huge way. So we've had a lot of crazy prototypes. It'd be cool to actually to find a way where in which maybe we can show them at some point. Maybe on a community checkpoint.
Yeah, maybe
we'll talk about it when we get back.
Yes,
I think it might be a good opportunity to do that and show stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Great question. Thank you. Any other questions live here from the studio at Gamescom? We have one over here. Let's go.
My question is a bit similar to the question over there. But more to Maverick, since he's the only real operator that's not really counterable in any way. If he decides he wants a wall open, it's open. Is there anything planned to change him or something similar?
With Mav, not really. The reason for this is because cutting the wall, even after the update, so we adjusted how his fuel works to make it a lot better, as far as the quality of life. But he's still a pretty advanced operator for a lot of people. And if you want to see that, we should show the kill rate of what happens when he's trying to do what he does. He dies a lot more when he just tries to do what he does. So, he is a highly technical op to be able to get away with what he does. Yes, he's incredibly powerful. He's the hatch guy if you need him for stuff. And he is that default you can fall back on. But he only really gets that play at a higher level. And he usually ends up eating a bullet or an explosion or something. So it is kind of tricky on that side. We kind of like the fact that he has that power about him and is able to hold that space. I'll say this: the one key thing we want to happen is we don't want walls or destruction not to occur in your round. It's kind of a core aspect of Siege is our destruction. So we want to make sure that it's always present and there's always this level of variable at play. Mav has to spend a lot of time doing that, put a lot of risk. So I think the poor guy actually puts a lot on the table for what he is able to achieve. So no real plans to kind of mess with him on that. In fact, if we can encourage more people to play him and more people to kind of get comfortable with him, maybe you'd see a change after that point. But as of right now, because again, he's a little technical, we probably wouldn't be.
Cool. Thank you for the question. I think I saw another hand raised. Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
Hi. Test, yeah, nice. What do you think about the current state of Iana? I really think she needs her grenades back.
It's awkward because Iana's in the room right now.
Yeah.
No. So one of the key things here is, I mentioned it, I think, on a community checkpoint.
Yes, you did.
It'd be 2 ago.
Yep.
Yeah. This is one of the operators we're looking at. And I've seen a bunch of stuff on this one as well, different things we're going to try to do and push, because we know she's not performing where we want her to be, and we want her to have a little bit more flexibility and have let's be honest, some more teeth. So we are looking at different ways to do this. And you mentioned the nades, right? So it's a really interesting thing because secondary gadgets are the balancing tool when it comes to pro. So if we take hard breach charges from someone, give somebody nades and stuff like that, it'll completely swing lineups. And this is the information we've been given. So we do have to be very careful about how we handle secondaries. But even with nades now, they are kind of brought back into line with other secondaries. There are a lot of options on the table when it comes to Iana, but we're trying to do our best to maintain her identity and kind of bring a little bit more from her kit. So,
cool, great question. Thank you.
I'll just say this.
Oh,
the gentleman who asked the question is directly behind Iana.
Yeah.
So I am talking to Iana as I'm answering this, and I'm just like, okay. But anyway,
it's fantastic. All right, did I see another hand? No. Okay, over here. Yes. And you guys over here too. You can ask questions. Don't worry. We're all the way over here all the time. But yeah, feel free.
This might be a bit of a tiny niche question, but is there any potential plans of normalizing glass in front of windows? Because some maps do have them, and some maps don't, and it changes how sound propagates massively, especially on maps that are very rappel heavy, such as Cafe.
it's such a good question.
There's such good questions here, honestly.
No, because like I have had a conversation with, like Matt Lacombe, you've seen him in like reveals and stuff like this, but like we've had conversations about this exact thing. Because what do you do when you're like loading up on certain maps? You immediately shoot the glass out. So like either you can set up for it. If you're trying to put charges on a window that already has glass on it, you're pretty much cooked. So like there's a lot of different things like this. It is something we've talked about a bunch, but it's one of those things that on the priority stack of different things we want to get done, it doesn't necessarily make the cut out of the gate. And we run into the issue of like the world aspect of it, because like some of the maps just they present and look better because of it. But this may be even something we can tackle through like an advancement in the audio tech to change up how it actually works. But that layering part of it is very much core to how we like to like all the different materials work and stuff like this. So it's a known thing, and like we kind of debate about it often. So yeah,
it's cool to get that question, especially since you've talked about it so much, right?
That's the thing. Like every niche question you have, not that niche. It's definitely happened on the floor.
We're always looking at them. All right. Let's see here. I do want to go back to our Slido, give you guys out there a chance, and well, in here too, a chance to get your questions heard if you don't want to go on the microphone. Is there a plan to buff a Rooney in any way now that her DMR is getting nerfed? For example, I've seen this a lot online actually, the P10 Rooney, or giving her a new weapon. Yeah, you knew that was coming.
So, Aruni is still really powerful, just from the fact that she has the destruction capabilities, her gadget is permanent, different things like this. And the DMRs are still, they can still slap, you just have to hit your shots. So that's still a thing. But there are talks about the Roni. That's it.
Nothing more.
Yeah. So like there are definitely talks about the Roni.
Okay. Well, you guys know we're talking about it at the very least, so you're asking about it. There's your answer. We are looking into it. We have seen many attacker reworks come through. Will you rework a lacking defense operator in the future?
They're all perfect.
Or is the last rework, I should say.
No. So, yeah. I just said they're all perfect. But as far as it goes, we do have one more remaster on the table coming in Season 4. As far as any other operators that may feel like they're getting to that criteria point of needing a remaster, there are pretty strict requirements that have to be met before we step into remaster territory. That means I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It might. But honestly, if we look at the pool of operators, attacking has always been the harder side of things, and there has been a lot of friction on a bunch of the operators there. So there was work that to be done. There is, again, always it's always malleable. Well, there's opportunity. But yeah. Man, I'm trying so hard not to leak anything.
Okay, you're doing a good job.
Very
good. Yeah, I mean, Peter's been sitting here, guys. If you have lore questions, please send them through, because I'm sure Peter wants a chance to say something as well. But I know the gameplay is obviously, what you guys want to hear about. But lore is always very interesting, especially for me. I love it. Especially we talk about the single-player element in tactics, right? So.
I mean, yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate it.
I'm trying to give you a platform here.
Love here. We love it too, but we also realize like we have the same passion as all our players, man. It comes down to gameplay, and that's what brings people to Siege, and that's kind of the role narrative has there too, where it's we want to emphasize things that players love and like. So we're okay with being the connective tissue.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. Taking a back seat, but it's okay. Will situations be coming back to Siege? It was a very fun mode to grind and learn the game easier. Also, the weapon skin you grinded toward was nice. So,
what was the last part?
The weapon skin that you grinded towards was nice in situations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So ultimately, again, situations and everything like that were built on old AI tech and this, so they had to go with this.
Yes.
the idea of offering up scenarios that people can practice or have like maybe a unique narrative or something like this, I think there'll potentially be options for it. But again, it'll have to come down to, is the community engaged in it? Is this something that actually solves a problem for us? Is it something that like we all want? Because if we put our time on it, we want everybody to be enjoying it and be engaged with it. And that's ultimately what it'll come down to. So there is still work to be done on all the AI to be able to get to that point if we ever want to do something like this. I know there's desires from people on the team to be able to make this sort of content,
right?
And I'm not even shy away from it. But the reality is we have to stay focused on what's like really truly relevant to our player base. So if that's the kind of thing you want, keep letting us know in the seasonal surveys. I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, the seasonal surveys are a great way to get your voice heard, guys. We always announce them in the bottom right-hand corner when you launch the game. You click on it, give your opinion. We'd love to hear it. We read everything, so make sure you do it when you see them come through. All right, next up, this is actually, I think, something we were kind of talking about before, Josh, before we went live. Is it possible to make Noor's gadget underbarrel, just like Nomad and Buck, or would that be too broken?
Too broken is that's a tough statement, because like if you look at his overall kit and stuff like that, he's still a beast. Like I mean, he's a 2-speed with an Elda, with the Commando, with deployable shield. Like I mean, he's a menace already. But when we talk about the underbarrel is such a comfort, especially like obviously on Buck. Like it just feels so good. The catch is, as soon as we do that, we lock those weapons. And what I mean by lock them is like, it's very, very hard for us to have to swap a weapon, change a weapon, or reissue that weapon to other operators, or expand other gameplay that we might want to do with that area. So it's the kind of level of commitment of, say, Cali Sniper. Like once it's there, it's there. Like we don't get a lot of flexibility, and it's not something we wouldn't not do. It's just very risky from a point of view of like balancing and stuff like that, because you're cutting off a whole lot of levers right out of the gate. That's one of the key reasons we made the launcher so fast for the turnaround. And then like Eric he was talking about the fact that it's double barrel as well, to make sure you have that follow-up shot, so you have a little bit more going with it. The key thing with underbarrels is there's a high kill potential that follows it because of how fast it is. And there always needs to be that counterbalance too. If I'm going to do something that is potentially very lethal or going to cause like a huge disruption, I have to have that counterbalance too.
Cool. That's a great answer. I was just reading through the questions. There's so much coming in, but yes, I heard you. I think we are going to go back to live questions, because I believe I saw a hand raised in the corner over there. Were you raising your hand for a question? You're not sure? No?
He was stretching.
Okay, he was just stretching. Okay. But we do have a question here.
So I have a question. It's not very important, but it's annoying me. Previously in the game, there was like you can see a statistic, KDA average, and all that stuff from players in your team and an enemy team, and it was removed. And now you, as a console player, you need to go to third-party site or something like that, or I don't know, and see a statistic of a player with his nickname. Players on PC, they have modded version of the game where they can see this stats inside the game, but on the console it's too much hassle to just look at it. Is there any changes to this planned or something?
I think you're talking about like trackers and stuff like this that run on PC.
Yeah, average KDA and their win rate, that stuff.
Okay, yeah. Then you can target ban them based on their favorite ops and stuff like this. Like, no. So as far as stuff like this, there are third-party like tracking software that kind of runs to enable different things like that. In game, we are always looking at what is the key information that makes the most sense to present to our players, and really we want to give you as much of that as possible. There are different restrictions on a lot of stuff too, because let's say if we're loading in that data and stuff like that, if it's on console, then that changes some of our like essentially performance metrics that we're able to utilize as well. So anything we're doing extra on top, we have to calculate that on top of all the performance we're already doing. Not to mention, at the end of the day, we kind of want you to discover your opponents in the match. And kind of learn that out, suss them out, use those bans to kind of take them down if they're doing things that you don't want to play around or whatnot, or you're seeing them be really strong. So as far as it goes, implementing that kind of stuff directly on console, it's a little bit more it's significantly more complicated. So I not really on the radar right now. There is a big push to update a lot of the information that's in the game, but just from a global standpoint. So like the scoreboards and stuff.
Cool. I think we had another question. Yes, from Iana.
I think I'm speaking for a large part of the community here when we say we love getting new lore about the operators, about their backstory, especially about their relationships to each other, like if they're friends or not. I mean, as an example, Iana and Jäger are still talking to each other even after Rainbow dissolved. So are we gonna get more of that? Because I think it's like we want more voice lines, we want more operator banter, as it's called. We want just to see a bit of not just the operator or the playable character. We want to see more human as well, because we've had so many interesting stories in like the cinematics that came out, and everybody loved them, in my opinion. So I think we want more of that. Give us back our cinematics. Give us more banter. We want to see more of that because we dearly, dearly love it.
That's a great question and comment coming from one of our very own Rainbow operators. Thank you for saying that, because we feel the same way on Broad. We love these stories, and one of the amazing, design challenges of having so many operators is figuring out how can we put them all and give them a moment in the spotlight continuously as we keep telling stories. And I think there is one thing we're working on that's probably too early to say much about, but there will be more about characters, more stories coming on the horizon for Siege.
Cool. A lore question, finally, Peter. We were waiting for.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's sitting here for like 40 minutes. You need him to say something. All right. Well, kudos. I know he's going to ask a lore question. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lore question. I'll say this, I know I'm going to please a lot of people for asking this question, because of course you've got these characters that people love, but a lot of them are playable. There was a really, really popular non-playable character, which is Phobos. Although he is dead, does that rule him out from a playable aspect, and does that rule him out from telling more stories about him in the future?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and this is I'm going to start by answering this in a non-answer way, so please excuse me. But I think one of the things we want to do with storytelling on Rainbow moving forward is to have freedom to tell stories that aren't always in the narrative present. And that was one of the fun challenges of, let's say, working with Tactics, where Tactics is a one-off story, right? It has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it works on its own. It's not like Siege where, we're telling little bits of story ongoing every season. So one of the challenges was how do we make this work? And ultimately what Tactics is a story right now that takes place a bit in the past. So we absolutely have the freedom to explore stories at different parts in the timeline, and it's something we want to do because, not saying we're doing a story on this, but the moment Deimos came into play, there are so many parts of his life that I was curious about and would love to explore. So, and I think we could say that for every character. So absolutely, coming back to Phobos now, yes, Phobos, we saw him, he's dead. But, he's part of a greater organization. He had his own relationships. So will we get to see more about this character in the future? Time will tell. Will elements of this character pop up? Time will tell as well, but it's something we definitely have in mind.
Cool. Yep. Great question. Thank you. Kudos. Any more live questions here? I think we have a hand raised over there. Yes, no. I think no. Oh, we had one here before. Sorry. We'll get to you. Don't worry. We still have a bit of time.
Okay. So right now, this is a question from my friend. He's a little bit not able to ask it.
Okay, no worries.
So yeah, he has an issue with the ratings of the ranked mode, because right now he sees the problem with the fixtures of the ranks. He's a Platina 3, Platina 4, right? And he's still getting teammates who's bronze or gold. Let's say like this. So, is there any way to change it, this fixture of the ranks?
Okay.
So as far as the party system, the squatting up with folks, there are caps for who can party with who and who gets pulled into who. We're updating some of this in Season 3 as well. So basically the idea, like you see folks posting up that they're going to, a bunch of like plats are going about against a 5-stack of champs. That's because somebody on that team has a champ and they've partnered with a bunch of different people and brought them into the lobby. We're not allowing that anymore. So we're actually stopping that, and we're kind of tightening up on the who you can group with and how big the differential can be, because we want those matches to be tighter. As we do this does mean that matchmaking times can go up, so especially at the higher end. But we'd rather give you a healthy match than an unbalanced match. And that's kind of the reality. When you get to the top echelon of any competitive game, you're going to have to wait a little longer for the matches because there's less of you. But again, you get to show up and then fight against the best. So we are constantly looking and reevaluating how we're going to break that down. And Christopher Budgeon, who has been on the community check-ins and stuff, is working hard on this stuff right now with the team to make sure we're kind of nailing it, reading that data and pushing it forward. Rank 3.0 launched in Season 2, and there are already bigger adjustments that are happening in the back end. We did the mid-season adjustment recently. Well, actually, it wasn't even mid-season. It was the last update. I think it was 0.3.
Yeah.
So we did an update then, and we're updating in essentially the new season launch. So it's something we're tuning right now, but I'm going to sound like a broken record, but continue to provide the feedback on the surveys that we send out.
Yes.
Because it keeps confirming that there is an issue there or you're feeling that issue, and then we can find ways to make it happen. So.
Yeah, and we're also reading feedback, of course, online in general, right? But the best way, like you said, is that seasonal survey. So, yep. Yes, go ahead.
My questions are a bit of two questions. Sorry. The first one would be, are you planning to bring Alibi in line with Iana regarding the skins? Like that the skins change from the hologram? And the second one is more personal, with colors, the color blindness. Are you planning to add more colors? Since, for me especially, many of the colors are not really distinguishable from the background, depending on the maps, even the ones that you added. So are there any plans to add more or make them fully customizable?
Fully customizable is hard, but not impossible. But the exercise of working on accessibility, period, is something we take very seriously. Yeah. This is like not even just Siege, but Ubi in general. Like we all really push for a lot of accessibility for our players. So you saying this, I am going to reach out to our team when I get back and just be like, hey, I've got this feedback live, and I think it's something we got to talk about and see how we can keep pushing it. They do an incredible job, and they're out there like doing tons of research to make sure that they can provide the best experience possible. So you can always expect there'll be improvements as we keep working towards it. Sometimes it takes a while to do it, especially if you're talking about fully customizing. Going back to the question about Alibi and the skins, this is a technical limitation. So basically, we were able to pull it off with the Elite skin, and I believe I want to say the Dead by Daylight skin, but it is actually a technical limitation, similar to how we have with Scopos, where you're loading in a bunch of extra data into memory, and it has to sit there and it has to run at the same time. So instead of having a data pool of knowing like you're going to have this much for the character and this much for like the clone, or not the clone, but the hologram, it was busting in a bunch of different scenarios. It's one of our first things we want to tackle, like as we move forward to like advancing different parts of the tech. So it's a known thing, and it bothers the hell out of me. Like I hate it. That's the thing, because
for me,
like,
I have so many skins I want to use, but since I want to play into that Alibi gadget, I'm not really going to use them, even though,
I'll say this too. Like, there's that issue, but then we've also done some prototypes to mess around with the hologram a little bit. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, yeah.
All right, cool. I think I saw another hand up somewhere. No? Yes, on this side. All right, we'll go back to the Slido then. Got a couple of interesting ones here. Josh, could we ever see Dual Front come back? While I do get that most people didn't like it, me and my friends had an insane amount of fun, and it would be really nice to see it return, even if it is in the arcade playlist and never being updated with a new middle event other than Hostage.
So the reality is, like, everything that's in game and everything that's running live, it has a seasonal tax associated to it. Because if we add a new operator, if we add new content, if there's balancing changes, it cascades across every single mode, regardless if the mode is actually loading that content.
Right.
Just by the nature of, again, how systemic Siege has been built. So it just existing requires resources, like even if it's just turned on. That said, like, I mentioned it at SI when we were talking about the fact that we were taking this thing offline. The work that was done there and the parts of it are not ever going to go fully away. Like they're integrated in a lot of core systems we have, and we'll continue to find ways to utilize what was built there, just to continue to keep it going forward.
Cool.
I always say never, like earlier.
Yes, right.
But the reality is, Dual Front was a massive undertaking, and it's a huge map, and a lot of maintenance goes into it. We had a dedicated crew that was just working on that seasonally. So it's bigger than like your standard playlist just to have it run. So for coming back, I'm sorry, not likely. But again, parts of it will live on.
Okay, cool. And this is actually going to be our last question of the show. Kind of ties into what we just talked about. But will there be a way to play event modes in arcade or customs when they are not currently in rotation, but without being able to get packs or rewards?
Will there be a way? I mean, so it's funny. In game development, there is always a way. It's just a matter of time and money, right? Like, that's what it comes down to, is like, how much time can you invest into it and how many resources can you put on it? I think in the case of this, like, we've talked about the idea of kind of boosting up customs. This is something we'd like to do. We'd like to see more out of customs in the future. Being able to give players access to kind of having their own sessions. Maybe if you're a creator, playing with your community on like whatever you'd like to. Personally, I'm a big fan of seeing like the like game modes that people came up with on their own with their own artificial rules in the custom matches. But ultimately, it's a pretty big investment to make something like that happen. Our current system does not allow something like that. Like, just to be clear, like this by the nature of it. And then there's also the aspect of file size, because this stuff is being patched in and patched out as we move around to keep our file size from ballooning. But I mean, if everyone wants to have like just one drive that is Siege, maybe. But we'll figure this out as we go forward. But ultimately, it is again, we want more flexibility to the player. We want you to be able to enjoy as much Siege as you want in the way you want it. But it requires a big investment up front to be able to build towards this. So, not currently on the planning, not with all the crazy stuff we have coming, but again, an amplification of our customs is something we would like to do in the future.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Josh, for answering all those questions. And Peter as well. You had a few. I don't want to tease you. Thank you, Peter. All right, guys, we are going to be wrapping up the show now. Thanks so much again to Josh and Peter for coming out here, all the production team that worked throughout the day to get these streams online. And thank you to you guys, all you guys that showed up here in the studio.
Yeah,
Round of applause for you. Thank you so much. Gamescom has been awesome. It will continue tomorrow, but for now, we are wrapping up. We'll be back with another community checkpoint soon, but I'm going to throw it over to Chris Waters to break down the day of coverage.
Thank you, John, and shout out to Peter and Josh for that excellent Rainbow Six Siege community checkpoint. They covered a lot of ground. Always an interesting time to hear those fellas talk about their craft. Folks, I'm Chris Waters, and I have been your host here at the desk for Gamescom 2026 in between all of these panels. And let me tell you, I've had it's been really fun. I love doing this. I love being here with y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out in the chat, for entering the giveaways, for hanging out with gameplay, for sharing your chats here, and for bringing the positivity all week for the variety of games we saw showcased at Gamescom 2026. If you want to learn more, catch up on the biggest news from Gamescom, news.ubisoft.com. If you want to check out any panels that you missed, the YouTube channel, the official Ubisoft YouTube channel, is the place to go. I've just was putting the link into the Twitch chat, so you can all click on that if you're in the chat at twitch.tv/Ubisoft. No matter where you're watching, no matter for how long you watched, I'm really grateful that you were here. Thanks on behalf of everyone here on the production team, there at the stage show, and all of our guests. This has been a really great show. You've been a wonderful part of it. I hope you have a great weekend, spend some time playing video games, and whatever else you enjoy doing. And we'll be back next week with more live streams here on the Ubisoft channel. I will see you then. And until then, take care and happy Gamescom.